special. Here we go. eChampions League time.
Big games coming your way.
We could be watching something special here.
The best 36 in Europe. That is brilliant.
It's life-changing. It really is.
This means so much more than you think.
Just soak it in. You might be about to witness history.
This is his moment.
A new name on top of European FC.
He will be this year's eChampions League champion.
It's that time of the season. It is time for the most prestigious competition around, the eChampions League, where 36 elite players from across Europe will be battling it out over the next few days for their chance to reach the grand final in Munich and the opportunity to lift this amazing trophy.
I know what it takes to win. But you've seen it all. Travella, tiki-taka, power shots, green time geniuses. But now? No? One more game, bro. Victory, prestige, becoming an icon. That moment when the controller drops. And you are the ultimate prize. You are the letter E in...
Trying to send himself into an eChampions League. The German giant just continues his rampage. He will be this year's eChampions League winner.
Let the games begin.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 eChampions League, right here from the best city in the world, if I do say so myself, Manchester. As you can see, it's not just me on the broadcast today. We are joined by some extremely special guests. First off, making his debut, the 2021 E-Premier League champion Shells. Welcome to the broadcast. And we're also joined by Graf, who's always here and really happy that Shells is on the broadcast.
I mean, come on, we have Shellsy here.
Making me blush
It's
already.
not just Shells we've got, by the way. Also making his eChampions League debut all the way from the city of Naples, Santu. Now, Santu, wow, it's great to have you here. You're looking amazing. What a competition and what a weekend we've got in store.
Thank you. First of all, I'm so happy to be here. What a weekend. What a competition. This is one of the best places to be during this time.
Graf, he just sounds really cool, by the way.
He does, right?
We're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. Shells, you know what it takes to win. You've won the E-Premier League. You know a lot of the players here today. What do our players have to do to go all the way and book their spot to Munich for the finals?
I mean, every player here should be confident in themselves. They should have no reason to have any doubt in themselves, but you've got to be ruthless at these stages. It's about scoring goals and scoring as many as you can possible. Scoring
goals and as many as you can. Now, Graf, you know a lot of the players as well.
Yes.
You had a bit of a bold prediction off camera, so I'm going to expose you a little bit and talk about you saying if one player goes all the way this year, he becomes the GOAT.
I think if Nicholas is able to win this ECL, he's the GOAT in this sport. I know Anders is looking at me. He's not happy with this. I'm saying, Anders, this is my prediction, but anyways, anything can happen. And having these guys in here, I'm just looking at Anders because I know he's going to love this.
Anders is really putting us off here. He's right next to us in the studio. Let's take a look at some of the players as they were walking in to this lovely arena here in Manchester. I mean, Santu, look, they're all looking cool. They always look unbelievable, but they also find a way of looking locked in.
I mean, they are unbelievable, but of course, you know, if I have to go with one player, I'm going to go for Danny, and because I'm from Naples, you know what I mean? I know that Anders is hearing us, and against what he was saying, if he's going to win, he's going to be the GOAT of the tournament.
Graf, take a look at the league table.
Wow.
The format this year is exactly the same as how the Champions League was, which makes it so fun. I absolutely love this phase.
Just look at those first 5 names. Levy, Anders, Matti, Johnny, Young. And we can go on and on, Shells. I mean, Leandro, Danny, Bryce, it's just...
we can go on and on, but we know who'll be left out. Number 21, DH Tex. The man, the superstar. He's won so much, representing Man City, of course. You know, I've always got to keep an eye out on him.
We've got so many big names here. Emry Yilmaz as well, Nicholas, which we mentioned, Fuma as well. Wow, we've got such a great weekend and this format is incredible. And you know what? It's not just these three amazing people we've got on the broadcast today. We're delighted to be joined by probably the best cast we've ever had. We'll start on this side. We've got two men who've brought their vlogging cameras with them. They've come all the way from #House. They're bringing the vibes this weekend. Shori and Tom. Look, they're even grabbed. They're locked into the camera already. Taking a look. Trying to play that one cool, lads. And of course, we've got the ever-present, the best in the game, Brandon Smith, the best commentator in the world and the voice of the weekend. And next to him, a man who we're going to get some tea about shells from, his former teammate.
Excuse me?
You were. Ryan Pessoa is joining us as well. And of course, a man whose glasses get steamed up every single time he's on the broadcast, but he brings the energy. It's Mr. Richard Buckley. Now, of course, Casey's somewhere in the studio. No idea where she is. But, I mean, what a cast. What vibes we've got this weekend, Shells.
You know, I'm just happy to be a part of the team. You know, I love to be playing, of course, but I think I've got the next best job to be on this amazing broadcast.
Yeah.
No, come on.
Did he just say that? Whoa,
Listen. No, hold on. Just in time, actually. My Just Eat delivery had just arrived. Sorry, FG, I got you a little sweet treat. I know you.
Right, I've got a minute. Right. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll bring in our Just Eat delivery driver.
Perfect
Are
timing,
you actually
thank you.
serious?
Come on, you got to be prepared for this. Don't worry, I'll teach you the ropes. Don't worry, I'll teach you the ropes.
Just I don't think you can actually order it.
I hope you got something for us as well.
Nah, you know what? This is a bit light. I think they forgot a bit of my orders, but I got my protein goal. Maybe if I give you some rest of it. You know?
He just said he's got his protein going. You see why he's lost so much weight, can't you? Listen, whilst you tuck into that, we'll leave all of you amazing people who are watching the broadcast with a little clip of how things are going to work this weekend.
The eChampions League has returned. With a brand new UEFA Champions League format comes a new ECL 1 to boot. This year, we welcome 36 players representing the biggest clubs across Europe who have qualified from the top FC Pro leagues across the continent. The league and knockout phase takes place across the next 3 days in Manchester. 8 players will emerge from the knockouts and claim their place in the eChampions League finals, taking place in Munich on the 28th of May. The league phase will see players take part in a round-robin format, playing 6 games across the 2 days, forming a league table including all 36 players. The top 8 will progress straight to the round of 16. Those placed between 9th and 24th will compete in the playoffs to make up the remaining places. These 16 players will then go head-to-head to determine our final 8 heading into the quarterfinals. Our final 8 will jet off to Munich on May the 28th to compete in a straight knockout competition that will determine who will achieve European glory, who will cement their place in history and be named the 2025 eChampions League champion.
Wow, that food smells absolutely delicious. I can't believe they didn't order me any. But guys, I'm here with the one and only Johnny, last year's champion. So Johnny, coming into this one, added pressure going into this one, being the previous champion?
Yes, of course, I will win it again, of course. But yeah, the first match is Tex. It's very hard for the beginning. But yeah, I give my best and hopefully I can win this first match and then we will see.
Now, talk to me. Tex being your first match, but your other matchups are also very difficult. Who are you not looking forward to playing today?
I think I can beat everyone, so I don't care which opponent I have. So I love to play against the best players in the world. So, for example, Tex. So yeah, I love it to play against them.
I love it. Now let's talk about your draft a little bit. 15 million budget. I believe you're one of the only players that drafted Zico, but tell me about your thought process on your draft.
Yeah, I think Zico is one of the best players in my team because you have the R1 dribbling in gold and the dead ball plays in silver. So for the corners, and the corners are one of my lovely things. So yeah, we will see what's going on. And yeah, Zico and Kaká. Of course, Kaká is one of the best strikers in the game because he has all the pass play styles I want. So yeah, I think I choose my draft very well. So.
All right, well, we will see because that first matchup against Tex is about to be a very, very good one. I will let you get back to it. But I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to get into the games. Let's get to it.
eChampions League has arrived.
This is more than a game. This is everything.
Here we go.
Let the games begin.
Big goals in those big moments.
That trophy has my name on it.
League champions everywhere you look.
Europe's finest.
And it's perfect from Banano.
This is legacy.
It's time to become an icon.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Well, this is the...
Welcome along, everyone, to the eChampions League 2025. 3 streams today covering as many matches as we can so you can watch your favorite players. We have the pleasure to be watching Levy Devid versus Rescende. My name is Dan Gaskin. I'll be covering the commentary for this stream, and I'm very excited for this one. We've got 2 absolutely huge players to begin our day today. As you heard the desk alluding to, it's a slightly different format this year. It is exactly the same format as the real Champions League, where we will have some group stages, 6 matches against 6 different opponents. Top 8 will advance to the round of 16, and then the 9th to 24th will go through to the playoffs. Both of these players on your screen capable of getting automatic qualification for sure. In their respective leagues, they performed very well this year. We saw La Liga for Rescende, the runner-up, 2nd place, only bested in that grand final. Sadly, just couldn't go all the way. As for Levy Devid, in the E-Division, he was able to get to the semi-finals and finish top 4. A great performance for him, but we'll have to see how they do in the eChampions League.
But it's a very different set of players that we will.
But now we are underway then. We've got Levy Devid and Rescende. It's going to be Levy Devid kicking from left to right and Rescende from right to left. And really, you want to try and kick things off with an impressive start in this tournament. If you can get an early goal here, it will do wonders for your confidence, and maybe there could have been a chance, but it does get kicked out of play. And Rescende will just be able to hold on here. But I'm excited for this game. I think that both of these players know that they have what it takes to take down the other. Neither have actually played each other in any EFC competition, so maybe a slightly new opponent for them, but I'm sure they would have studied, done their research, and maybe looked towards their coaches to try and do something for them as well. But again, Levy Devid are going to try and attack, and he has a real opportunity to strike. He will! Oh, but he just about sends it wide of the net, and that maybe could have been the opening for him. Rescende just takes a little breather here. Can't allow too many of those chances for Levy Devid because he does continue to find gaps like that. He is the kind of player that will be able to find those chances, and it is great pressure, and again goes wide. How many of these can go missing before Levy Devid starts to put one in the back of the net? That's the real question. Again, good pressure from Levy. David Ginola on this left-hand side. You would have heard the desk talking about the requirements and the draft that was underway for the eChampions League and the players that you can have, and you're going to see a lot of amazing player items that are going to be available for these 2 guys on your screen. Valverde sends one into Thierry Henry. I'm always going to be happy to see Thierry Henry on my screen. Took a few years for him to get an item that was truly paying respects to his real-life ability, but we've got there now. One of the best items in the game available to you for sure. As Salah plays one into Hullet, and Hullet will try and drive one, and that's a better shot from Levy Devid. Still, though, not able to get the goal that he's looking for. Will he start to rue these chances? Because we've not seen anything from Rescende yet, so Levy Devid really needs to capitalise on this pressure. Let's play one out to Lucio. Valverde now just looking for a little bit of extra space. Roberto again on this left-hand side is dangerous, finding a lot of room, and there we go, finally, Levy Devid gets that opening, a deserved one as well. For all of his constant pressure, he has just kept Rescende back in his own half, and finally gets one on target. Let's be honest, it could be 2, could be 3 by this point. And once you get into a spot like this, just a beautiful finish from Levy. So what do we see from Rescende? How do you respond here? First of all, he needs to get the ball really up towards the other side of the pitch because he just hasn't had a chance. And again, Levy Devid wins the ball back. Like it could have almost been a foul, but again, Roberto is going to be the target here on this left-hand side. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of him throughout this weekend. Plays one back to Xavi. Twisting and turning on the edge. Looking for a little bit of help. Rescende trying to defend as he might. As Hullet on the edge. Will strike it. Salah manages to retrieve it. Still pressure. Still danger. A good strike, but Buffon will collect. Is Mateus. Can Rescende just start to get a hold of this game a little bit? Hasn't really been able to find those gaps the same way that Levy Devid has. Perhaps he needs to look towards the wings as well, but instead he's going down the middle here. Maybe a little bit of luck, but Stam, an absolute tank in defense. Just able to shrug off the player and win the ball back. That's better pressure though from Rescende, but sadly comes to nothing. Great response again from Levy Devid, and he's going to be looking for that through ball. Will find it. Kaka could strike. Will strike. Good save. From the corner then. Will he get anything from the header? Lucio does rise to the occasion, but just puts it over the bar. As we're 20 minutes gone. And really, it's looking all Levy Devid, but only one goal to show for it. I think that's the key factor here. Of course, we know in EAFC, it's very difficult to hold on to those leads sometimes, especially if it's only by a goal, and it could change here, but again, great defensive work from Levy Devid. Really has been commanding this game and dictating this pace. Here's Rescende, though, starting to see a little bit more of the ball. Taking his time. Doesn't look panicked, I will say. Despite being under a lot of pressure, but now this could be your chance. Kaka through! Good save. Still an opportunity, though. Kaka, a little step over, tries to dink it into the corner. They will go for a corner. Lofts in! Oh, it's a great header, but an even better save. And Rescende almost finding that equaliser, but now the break is on here for Levy. More defenders for Rescende, so it's not going to be a guaranteed chance. He has to just slightly recycle play, but what a beautiful ball that is. And Kaka will shut it down, send it home, and send Levy Devid to a 2-0 lead here. And he looks cool, calm, and collected. Remember, Levy Devid, a lot of accolades from this young man. I think that he is going to be the future of this esport. When he first came in, there was a lot of talk about what he was going to be able to achieve. And we've seen him win the E-Divisie before. Of course, I mentioned this current year, he only came top 4. Top 4 in the FC Pro Open of 2024 as well. And top 4 of the 2025 Pro Open. I think there's going to be a lot of trophies with his name on in years to come. Could the eChampions League trophy be going to him? Early days, of course, but you have to start thinking about who could be potential winners, and both of these players actually have the chance to do so if they can find the right form, but it's looking all Levy Devid at the moment. Roberto again on the left-hand side. This time, Rescende stops that cutback. I think that's going to be one of the key things for him. Don't allow too much space on that left-hand side. That's where he's been finding his success. And instead now he's looking to find space of his own. Thierry Henry needs a little bit of help. Here's Hullet. Could hit it. Will hit it. Green times it, but blocked. A slightly rushed shot, perhaps. Maybe a little bit too televised. And Levy knew exactly what he was trying to line up. That left-hand side open again, but this time Rescende making sure he's blocking all angles. Oh, and it's a brilliant ball to Thierry Henry. Plays it back inside to Kaka! Oh, and it's just blocked. At timed that finesse, it looked like it was maybe hurtling towards that top corner. Corner header, and there will be one back then. And Rescende, boy, did he need that, and you can see that. You don't need to be an expert on body language to see the relief that he's expelling. Don't want to allow Levy to get away with this game, and just being able to put one back here will beg that question to Levy of should I have scored more earlier. Keeper was off his line, and in the end, an easy target. Corner's extremely dangerous, as we've seen in multiple competitions this year for EAFC. Will we see an instant response, though, from Levy Devid? We will! Just when Rescende thinks he's back in the game, he looks like he can't believe it, but Levy Devid says, well, you know, if you're going to pull one back, I need to make sure that I start to assert my dominance again. Slightly angered Rescende now. Always frustrating when you do get back into the game and then it's instantly ripped away from you once more. Of course, plenty of time though. Extended clock compared to what maybe you would play if you were playing your own games of EAFC at home. So more time to work with to get back into this one for Rescende. Mateus will find Kaka. Again, looking to try and break space, maybe cut that ball back, but Zé Roberto has been flawless at left back. And honestly, at times, he's looked like a left winger. Here's Rivaldo. Back to Hullet again, just trying to take his time on the ball, see if any of these gaps create some of these runs. Kaka strikes, and Kaka absolutely smashes it home. If you give him that much space, you're going to see the Trivela time green. And Rescende now does get that goal back, does get himself back into this game. Just needs to make sure he doesn't allow an instant reply again. How will Levy Devid respond this time? Remember, it was an instant goal off of kickoff before. In a game that could have very easily been going one way, and Levy Devid could have been cruising. It is not as simple. And that is the danger of Rescende. You've seen what he's achieved in the past in this game. He's competed in some of the biggest and best tournaments throughout EAFC. 2023 E-Nations Cup winner, of course. He's lifted trophies. And I'm sure he'd love to lift another one as now. He's looking to try and find an equaliser. Just before the half would be massive for him. Maybe dampen the spirits of Levy David. Thierry Henry will be just bullied off of the ball, but does result in a corner. We've already seen one corner go in his favour. Ricken plays one back into Kaka. 2 minutes of added on time. One last opportunity maybe to find an equaliser before we send players back into the dressing room. Waiting for that perfect opportunity here. Is he going to strike from distance? Does play one in. Rivaldo now has a lot to work with. Twists, turns, but it will just be caught out. And maybe if he gets this ball up, no. Could have been an opportunity there for Levy, but I think the referee's probably going to be throwing the halftime whistle in his mouth, unless... Now that'll be at halftime then. And a great first half between two incredible players. And they've really been putting on a show for us here. So Levy David 3, Rescende 2. But this game is not done. You can see the coach just having a few words with Rescende and a little bit of support behind him just to try and amp him up a little bit. Whereas Levy David looking focused. There's always going to be nerves around the first game of any competition, but especially I feel in the eChampions League, one of the most prestigious competitions, not just in esports, but of course in sports as well. You'll have the chance to go to Munich and compete in those finals. Just when the Champions League finals are happening, it is something truly special that these players get to witness. As the second half now underway. Remember, it's going to be Rescende kicking from left to right this time. And we'll start off with a bang, but it's a good save from Yashin. Some adjustments at halftime to tactics, perhaps, just to try and open up a few more gaps at the back. And Rescende certainly applying more pressure and able to win the ball back higher on the pitch. And now Thierry Henry should and would put it home to equalise and send us to 3-3. I tell you what, if all games are like this today and for the rest of this tournament, then we are in for an incredible time here at the eChampions League. Great vision from Rescende just to dink that ball over to see Thierry Henry. And then a flawless finish as well, tucking it past the goalkeeper. Well, for all the early dominance, Levy Devid now finds himself all tied up. Can he get anything from kickoff? Is he Roberto on this left-hand side again? Always a danger, always a threat. No one in the middle at the moment, though, so instead just shifts it back to Xavi. Hullet could hit it, doesn't hit it. Ginola will, though! And again, it's an instant response from Levy Devid. All the hard work for Rescende to get back into this game. Again, Levy just shoves him right back down and reminds him who's boss.
Yeah, absolute carnage here. I mean, we'll go over to Shells first. Shells, what are you seeing?
Apparently I'm watching... Oh, back post cross from Danny Pitt. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh my gosh, he's missed. Oh my gosh, he's missed.
Now, will Rescende get the chance to be equal again, or can Levy Devid start to run away with this one? How big could that goal be for this matchup? Oh, great interception. Steals the ball away. And this one could be so harmful for Resende's chances if Levy Devid can take that 2-goal lead again. Plays one in. Kaká should finish. Doesn't. Good save. Good goalkeeper movement as well from Rescende there just to ensure that it was not an easy goal. Thierry Henry, the goal scorer of that previous equaliser. Maybe he'll have to dig deep to try and find another one again. Good play from Rescende. Really finding those gaps a lot better than he did in the early stages of the first half. Hullet plays it to Mateus. What a central midfield that is, Hullet and Mateus. That is synonymous throughout EAFC history. Doesn't want to hit it with Mateus. So instead he's playing a couple of 1-2s, looking for that perfect chance. Maybe he could have had a shot, but he was looking for the extra percent.
I mean, we've obviously got the hashtag Houseboys here, both. We've got former E-Premier League champion here. Look, you guys are getting really, really excited, and we've got so many more fixtures to come.
Good interception from Rescende. Trying to box in Levy Devid and get that equaliser that he's looking for. Levy has done well when under pressure. You could see earlier when Rescende was trying to create that chance, Levy wasn't diving in, he was just making sure he was covering all those passing lanes. Wanted to make Rescende work for it. And now he'll get the opportunity with Cafu. Oh, and I love that. Doesn't cut back, instead just keeps going. Plays one into Salah, but Rivaldo is there to just whisk that ball away. Good pressure, though. You can see the two-man press is hard to deal with for Rescende. Looks like he's just been able to get away with it, though. Good recognition of where those players were so that he could just lump it to one of his other defenders. There was maybe a chance on the break there, but it was quickly stopped in its tracks. Good ball again. This left-hand side, always dangerous. Takes a step away, but good defensive work from Lucio. And again, Rescende looking calm at the back despite the score line. But I say that. That one was a risky pass, and he could be punished for it, but just about hangs on. Zambrotta was able to get a leg in. And just keeps Rescende in this game. 66 minutes gone, so still time to work with here for Rescende, but you don't really want to be 2 goals down at this point. Marican will find a gap behind enemy lines here. Anyone in the middle he can pass to? The answer is no. Valverde. A brick wall, and Kaká just shifts it past one. Does he have the speed to get away? No, is the answer. Almost had a 1-on-1 with the keeper. Sadly, the defender was just too quick for him as now Mo Salah on the ball. Don't want to allow him to shift it onto his left foot. As we get into the last 20 minutes of this game, of course, Levy will start to think about time management, holding on to that ball a little bit more. Not rushing too many chances. Oh, look. Plays it back to Valverde. There's Mo Salah. Tries to shift it onto the right foot and hoped that he could maybe dash past the defender, but again, Rescende was just able to hold strong. Now, speaking of pace, Kaka, can he do it on the other side? Will the goalkeeper stop it, though? Yes, he will, but Emry! Oh, so close. What a chance that was for Rescende. Devid holds on. Maybe he'll have the goalkeeper to thank there. Here's Roberto. So much pace behind him. Kaka's running through the middle, finds Kaka onto his left, plays it back. Oh, it's a beautiful attempt. Everything was right until the finish. Again, Rescende will hold on. 15 minutes now left. That clock is starting to be an enemy of Rescende's. Remember, this is just the league stage, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if you were to lose your first game here, but certainly wouldn't be helpful to trying to automatically qualify for the knockouts and get into those top 8 positions. Kaka can't get it past Hullet. And now a chance maybe to break for Rescende. And as soon as I said that, it was a quick reply. Now here is Rescende trying to play it through. Devid denied initially, but Thierry Henry, oh, what a fake shot. But sadly, the cancellation was not quite enough. A little shake of the head from Rescende as maybe he knows that was his opportunity to equalize here. Into the tactic screen, both of the players go. This is when substitutions are going to be key. Some fresh legs on the pitch. Really has been an incredible game, though, between these two. The perfect way to kick off the eChampions League. Will be a corner for Rescende. We've already seen him score one corner so far this game. Just plays it short. Gianfranco Zola on the pitch now. A lot of red and white shirts, though. The Ajax strip for Levy Devid. Just so many players in the way, but Zola will play one through to Thierry Henry. Step overs are perfect, but too many bodies. Try as he might, will Rescende, but at the moment, Levy is holding strong. And every time he has possession, he can start to eat away at that clock and get closer and closer towards victory here. Here's Mo Salah. Gives it away easily. Maybe too easily. I think you have to hold on to the ball a little bit better there. And Levy will know that. Because every time you give the ball away, you give Rescende a chance to get back into this game now. Here's Zola. Mateus looking for the pass. Goes back to Zola instead. The run being made by Thierry Henry and Rivaldo, and Hullet dashing through the middle as well. But it's one back by Levy Devid. 5 minutes left. Now is when it's just starting to be considering keep ball. Keep that ball away from Rescende. The very well-managed game by Levy Devid so far. He's definitely had the more chances in this game, and maybe he's going to get a chance to put a final nail in the coffin here. Kaka will deliver, and that should surely be the game for Levy. With only minutes left to try and find 2 goals is going to be close to impossible. Not impossible, but close. And Levy knows that that surely should be sealing the deal here. And on the other side for Rescende, I think he's probably admitting defeat as well. He tried, he was knocking on that door, had chances, but Levy held, and then almost inevitable that eventually an opportunity would come for Levy. So Rescende will be into the tactics screen. He will be changing everything into the most attacking format that he can provide. If he can get a goal here from kickoff, still a chance, but it has to be from this passage of play. And with losing that ball, that may just be it for Resende's chances in this game. Levy is far too experienced to throw away a game from this position. And you can see just turning back on himself, looking for any players, forcing Rescende to bring someone out of position, and then you start to punish. Then you find those gaps. 2 minutes of added on time. We're already a minute into it. We're into the victory lap. One last opportunity for Rescende, but it would only be a mere consolation goal at this point. It's intercepted, and the victory will go to Levy Devid, and we start the eChampions League with a win from a player that could definitely go on to take this whole thing, especially if he plays that way. What a game it was. Levy Devid 5, Rescende 3. We'll have to see how he does in the future as we go back to the desk. So Levy Devid and Rescende, just to debrief that matchup a little bit whilst the main stream is still underway. You can see a little bit of dejection on the face of Rescende. Whereas Levy Devid knows now he puts himself in a really good position to start off this competition. As I alluded to earlier, it will be a group stage format here in the eChampions League, just like the real Champions League. So the top 8 will advance to the round of 16, and then if you finish between 9 and 24, you advance to the knockout rounds. Anything lower than that, you will be eliminated. And then the knockout stages will happen in Manchester. Live on your screens, you can see the studio in Manchester looking fantastic. Some of the biggest and best names in EAFC. See Tex on the right-hand side there. Anders Vergang as well. Some of the biggest names in this esport. And of course, right at the top of your screen, the previous winner of the eChampions League, the current holder. Will he be able to defend his title? And if you are able to get through the knockout stages, you qualify for those finals, you get to go to Munich, May 28th. As we've seen previously for some of these players, not only do they get to compete in the eChampions League, but they get to watch the actual Champions League. But it was a 5-3 victory for Levy Devid in a game that Rescende really struggled to begin with, and perhaps that was the big difference between these two. It was that early start, the early pressure from Levy. Could have had 3 or 4 goals in the opening 20 minutes, but Rescende did fight back. And he certainly ran Levy close, but then a final nail in the coffin to take a 2-goal lead with only mere minutes left. Means that Levy will take the points here in this one. As for Rescende, he will have to try and go again in the next matchup. As we are going to head back to the mainstream now to see how they debrief and, of course, see what went down in the other games.
Champions League winner, absolutely. What a start from him.
I've got to ask a question. If you're playing next game, perfect time to play Anders,
Do you know who he's got next? Young.
Oh my God.
People know, if you know, you know. That is a serious, that's a vendetta game. That one there, it's more than just a game, Randy Smith, as you know.
You wouldn't
you wouldn't
He does
believe
have
it
some
as
time
well.
off, though. He does have a bit of time off.
He needs it after how he's looking there. They're actually training next to each other, Young and Anders Vergang. Whoever positioned those two together cleverly,
They know what they're doing.
put them next door to each other just to rile up that one. Again, that's going to be coming up in round 2. There's a long way to wait, at least another 45 minutes to an hour before that game is live.
Young against Brancher. There, it's 3-3 in his particular matchup.
Last 2.5 minutes of this one. Looks like Johnny
Again.
with
Put
those
him out. Is that on?
first time
just
through
off.
balls again, just offside. Tex to try and pull one back. It'll be nothing more than a consolation, unfortunately, this late on into the tie.
I've been impressed by Johnny, I've got to say.
It's been great. It's been a very strong start, and again, it's up against somebody that has the potential or the capabilities to win the whole thing. So I'm sure he'll be looking and gaining a lot of confidence as he goes forward. Tex on the finesse doesn't manage to get another consolation in this game.
Look, Ryan, you've been here before in competitions with so much pressure on them, Price, but how important is it to start off with a win like this?
In group stages, it's very important. The one thing is, in usual circumstances anyway, you don't get as many games as this. You've got 6 games in total to try and just, if you start off slow, redeem yourself. That is sensitive. I jinxed it. That bit there was incredible from Johnny.
Job done.
Yeah,
Already job done.
Well, those are our first 2 featured matchups on the stage concluded. Johnny shakes hands with Tex. He kicks off his eChampions League with a massive 3 points. And as I look around the room here, all the games are unfolding. Up next sees Levy Finn against Alian. I mean, 2 teammates who play for the same esports org, but in this eChampions League, they play for 2 football clubs, and they'll be going head-to-head up next.
Ooh. Could be Atletico Madrid, Liverpool.
Emirates Stadium, Arsenal.
Is that Atletico Madrid Stadium?
Oh, I forgot.
What? Borussia Dortmund.
Borussia Dortmund.
Oh, that's is that Fenerbahce?
No. Yeah, of course, Signal Iduna Park, and it's in Dortmund.
Ooh, Porto.
No.
No? Real Madrid?
Oh, it's the Bernabeu from Madrid. Yeah, that one looks the same. I still have to visit it some point.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
Did somebody say just eat? Did somebody say just eat?
If you want more rewards, join in on the action on our EA Sports FC Twitch and YouTube channels to claim yours. By watching 15 minutes of the ECL League, you're eligible to receive 10-match UCL Dream Chasers Valverde on loan. Watch an hour and you can claim an 86 x 2 pack. For more information, go to www.fcpro.com.
Wow, what a opening round. New format this year for the ECL, and it is delivering after just, 45 minutes? One set of games. Richard, Tom and Shorey to sort of bring you up to date with what you might have missed in that opening round. Goals galore across the board. I know you two are watching a few of the games. Impressed by what you've seen so far?
Very impressed. I mean, at a tournament of this calibre, you are just not surprised in the slightest, but goals all over the place. Good to see that everyone got a goal on the board as well.
Yeah.
No donuts in there.
Most surprising result here, Tom?
I would actually have Young drawing. Young drawing to Branchard I'd have at 3-3. I thought Young was coming in pretty hot. You know, he won Portuguese League. I thought he was going to be right up there. Branchard would probably see that. And he's got Anders next, which is going to be hard. But I would say I was surprised by Anders losing, but Emry is a top player, so I don't think that's too shocking, is it?
I think for me, I was really impressed by Levy, 5-3 win against Rescende. And I mean, I'm shocked that Young's not beat Brancher. I think that's one where I think Young, he really struggled at the start of the season. He went 0-3 in the first qualifier for the FC Pro Open, and since then he's bounced back. And that game against Anders Vergang is going to be unbelievable. We can see the league table as well right there. Mates top of the board as it stands at the moment. It's not going to finish like this, I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
It's nice to get an opening win though, Tom. I mean, you've played in a lot of tournaments. I went to Tom instead of you there, sure.
That's all right, mate.
Talk to me, because getting that first round on the board just cools you down.
Yeah, I always say it's really helpful. Even if you don't play well, it's just the thing like, right, I've got my win now. So even if you lose the next game 1-1, it's not too bad. Whereas if you lose, you're thinking, oh, you know, well, if I lose the next one, that's 2 out of 2. Because Anders is playing Young, for example, they've already both lost a game. Yeah. So now one of them's going to be losing their first 2.
Yeah.
You lose your confidence pretty quickly here. If you don't regain it, these players are going to punish you. There are some seriously good players on display.
Well, I want to have a deep dive into a player that was arguably the catalyst for Johnny's performance, Zico. We've pulled it up on the screen here, Shorey. Talk to me about this Zico item, because he's not used by a lot of the players. I think 5 out of the 36. He's a serious player, though.
Well, that's what I wanted to touch on straight away. There's obviously a huge amount of players that people can choose from, but the very few good ones, I would have expected Zico to have had more choices. Now,
why?
Because the stats are unbelievable, absolutely outstanding. However, incisive pass, we just have to talk about it. For you guys at home, incisive pass, honestly, it is the most powerful play style in the game, or definitely in the top 3, I would say. And I think, like you said, it's a catalyst for what had Johnny win that game. The through balls with it are just unbelievable.
Can we get touchy? Permission?
I'd love you to get touchy.
I want to have a look at this. So how many have we got?
Screen.
Can we get touchy?
On the screen.
Buddy, tell me.
There we go, right. Yeah, on the screen. that one. This, Trickster's really good. And Tiki-Taka and Ping Pass. I mean,
I love the way you've used that. It's an absolute shot.
They're the ones for a centre attacking mid with 5-star, 5-star. All very good.
Let's go get rid of that. I was going to say, maybe we'll go here.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's the one to do. But Incisive Pass Plus is a massive key, but having all 3 of them are really important. The Ping and the Tiki-Taka, I think, are essential.
Well, let's have a look at Zico in action, because he was in Johnny's game in particular. This is Levy against Rescende, the last play of the game. Shorey, what a big win this is for Levy.
This is massive. I was watching Levy as the goal win, and I could literally see it happening. And I just knew the emotion was going to pour out of him, and you see how much it means at the beginning. But yeah, I was watching this live. I saw this goal live. A really interesting offside trap there from Rescende. Definitely last just minute. A bit of panic at the end of the game, right? And Levy just makes the really good choice. It's very simple there, what he does, but extremely effective as well. If we have another look at the goal, it's just... The way that he ball rolled inside, basically, was just unbelievable.
This is what you see a lot, the recycle on the edge of the box. Yeah, the pass in there. You can either turn and shoot or set it again, and that's where it's unstoppable.
The touch back up with Javi, the touch up is unbelievable.
I don't know if you caught a little bit of the reaction from Anders as well to the coach.
Yeah.
It was looking a little bit ropey.
Listen, I don't want to stir the pot, but yeah, I heard a few things there. I mean, he's never going to be happy when he loses, and this is our man, Zico. Look at that. Just pulled out a Trevella Town shot.
Trevella Town, indeed.
Yeah, have a look
Not even green time as well.
Johnny's happy with that, but I really like Zico. I think he's going to be one to look out for today.
One to look out for. You can't miss Johnny. He's there with the ECL trophy behind him. Let's catch up with another one of the winners from the first round, Ryan Pessoa, who's with Levy Finn.
Perfect, Richard. Thank you very much. As you said, I'm joined by Levy Devid, who won his first game. Talk me through that game against Rescende.
Oof, quite a tough game. I started off really well. First 20 minutes, I was pressing him. He couldn't really get out, but I didn't manage to score. After that, he tried to find the spaces, and he found them as well, which was not my game plan. I tried to press him for 19 minutes. I didn't expect him to play out of the press that well. After that, I went 2-0 up, was clinical. I think it was 3-1 after that, 3-3.
Yeah.
So kind of the bottle job right there, but I still managed to win 5-3 in the end. First game of the day is always like the most nervous one, first game of the tournament especially, so I'm happy to get it out of the way.
Yeah, you spoke about first game being nervy, but obviously you've got a couple more left today, very tough matches. How important is it to start off in a tournament like this with a win?
Yeah, it's big. Every single point matters. My goal is just to finish top 8, and if I don't manage to finish top 8, it's top 24. And yeah, every single point you get, especially against a player that has the level of Rescende, is big.
Whenever we go into tournaments like this of such a massive scale, the best of the best, you're always in the conversation of someone that can win the tournament. How much would it mean to you to get your hands on this trophy?
Yeah, it's big, but that's not what I'm looking
thinking
forward
yet?
to.
Not
right
yet?
now.
Okay.
No, it's too early. So I'm not talking about that. I will just try to win my next game and my next game and my next game.
Yeah, baby steps, of course. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll let you head off and prepare for that game. Let's head on over back to the host desk with FG.
Yeah, thank you very much to Ryan, and thank you as well to Levy David. I mean, one thing I've noticed, Santu, is Levy David is always locked in when he's playing, and even after, he's so professional all the time.
He has to. This is the mentality, the right mentality they have to win this tournament. You know what I mean?
I mean, I feel like it's only right that we give a bit of props to Ryan Pessoa as well, your ex-teammate. There's videos online of you two.
He's just a superstar. I mean, if you're looking at, he's a role model. I aspire to be like him, honestly. He's trying not to act like he can't hear me, but I know he can hear me. But honestly, he does a great job.
Yeah, it's great to have you guys here. Santu, how are you finding it so far? Your first eChampions League, hopefully the first of many.
This is amazing. I love to be watching all the players, to commentate with you two guys, all the casters. This is amazing, really. I am really enjoying that.
I mean, what we'll do is we'll take a look now at what we've got to come. So, I mean, the featured game is Levy Finn, who's the German champion, taking on Ali Hanlon, who is 16 years of age, and he's a wonder kid, Shells.
Yeah, I have the sad pleasure of playing against Ali a few years ago in an online Pro Cup, and let's just say, yeah, the scoreline wasn't too great from my end, but he's a fantastic wonder kid. He's new on his first team, he wants to make a name for himself. And he has to come against Levy Finn, who we all know, German champion this year. He's fantastic.
Wait, hang on a minute, right? So you're telling me that you've played against him? Did you hear that as well,
Yeah,
Santu? You've played against him a few years ago. He's 16 right by now. I mean, the last time we had a young kid playing that well was Anders, and we've seen what he's gone on to achieve.
Can I just say, I played against Anders a few years ago as well, and look how he turned out. So maybe Alihan might be the same.
So you're like the golden, golden player.
So if you play Shells, you beat him, you become a wonder kid.
I'll take that.
That's what we're trying to say. I mean, right, okay, listen, we've seen the other fixtures as well. Matty Banano from Manchester City is in action as well. I mean, Santu, what other fixtures, or is there any other fixtures that are standing out to you in this next round?
One, I mean, we need to keep an eye on Samu Gamer. It's the first time E-Serie A win. He's 17 years old. He's another wonder boy, but he didn't play with you.
No, he didn't play
against
He's
not lost himself yet. So we need to keep an eye on him, absolutely.
I mean, these young players are really putting us to shame because we're seeing the young wonder kids come through. I mean, perhaps people who are watching this broadcast right now might be similar age and might be thinking, yeah, if I beat Shells, I might end up at the
It's not that hard to beat me these days, man. You get me on a champs day, you got me, I'll be honest. But FG, don't act like you're some superstar.
Look at Ryan, he just agreed there as soon as I said when Shells loses. I mean, the amazing thing is about this arena that we're in, there's 9 games that are happening, but we're so close to the action. We've got our casters on the right-hand side. I'll show you around. We've got, obviously, of course, Casey. Casey's involved as well in the studio, and of course Brandon and Grab. It's really, really close and compact, but as a player, when there's 9 games happening, 8 more games around you happening, some of them are playing without headphones, Shells.
I mean, at this stage, every player is comfortable in their own way. Some people like to listen to music, some people want to hear the game sound, some people just want to play a little bit of motivational music. I was always a music type of guy, I need the right playlist, get going. But at these stages, sometimes it might not work for you and you just want to listen to the game sound.
Do you like to to talk with your coach?
Yeah, I'm one of them people. I like to talk because I want to keep it as calm as possible. I don't want to know that I'm in a real serious game. I like to be chilled. But then if I'm 3-0 down, don't talk to me at all, you know?
So he likes to talk
Yeah.
until it goes wrong and then he don't want to hear a word. Santu, quick question for the viewers who are watching at home and, of course, the people who are in the studio. How many wins do you get in the weekend league on average?
It depends. If I play against Shells,
okay, no,
I can go 15-0.
We might have to
playing 15 times against him.
We might have to
joking,
set that
absolutely.
one up. Shells, how was that Just Eat takeaway?
Well, I scanned that in 5 minutes. It was beautiful.
I've never seen anybody come onto a broadcast before and order a
You want me
takeaway.
to be at my best, so I need to make sure I was fueled for the day. And it's, listen, that was the amount of goals. We need another box. We need another Just Eat delivery right now.
I mean, our players are getting ready right now and they're going through the preparations, the moments. I mean, after that first round of fixtures, Santu, has your prediction changed? I know you were very strong in backing the Italian guys, and rightly so. They're here on merit, of course. And who do you think's gonna go all the way?
I mean, my prediction is still up to Danny. I hope he wins.
He played
I know,
very well, by the
he
way.
played very well. I know he lost, but I know it's just the first game. I know he already dropped some points, by the way, but I know it's the first match, so.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the side stream. We've got Mateus Banano versus Karai. This is going to be another real opportunity to see some masterclass EAFC action on our screens once more. Of course, we have the privilege of Banano being on our screens, the E-Premier League winner, quite recently alongside Tex for Manchester City. Of course, that's one of the main reasons why he's at this tournament. He's been another one of those wonder kids that came into and everyone started to say he was going to be winning everything. Well, he has already started to put trophies on his list. On the flip side for Karai, it's been very different scenarios. Oh, that is beautiful! Magical from Banano. The innovation that you're seeing on your screens. Going for something a little bit different. Seeing that space at the back post. He's on the other side, maybe just a headphone issue, which of course will get sorted for him. But what a way to start for Banano. We'll get a replay of that one, I'm sure, shortly, but coming off the back of a hot E-Premier League win back in March. Of course, a different kind of format and playing with a teammate of Tex. And he must be feeling like he can take on the world, like he can take on the entirety of Europe. Can he lift an eChampions League trophy? Banano now has a goal lead just with 4 minutes gone. I'm sure he'd love to try and double it up and really try and put this game to bed nice and early. Quite a rich history for Banano. Not only did he win the E-Premier League this year, he won it the year before as well. Back-to-back winners, something we've not seen in the E-Premier League before. And Man City, they bet on Banano early. And he has provided results, that's for sure. On the other side, the German maybe looking to try and respond here. Of course, competed in the virtual Bundesliga, finishing top 4, only losing out to Levy Finn, who's also, of course, competing here at the eChampions League. That's how the eChampions League works. All these feeder leagues, all your respective region leagues like the E-Premier League, the virtual Bundesliga, La Liga. If you're able to finish in those top placements, you do gain a spot here in the eChampions League. This is Gareth Bale. Some different names on our screens for this matchup. Of course, a whole draft process goes through for these players. You have a budget to work with. I'm sure there'll be a lot of similar players around, but preferences will start to shine through the further we get through this tournament. There's now Ricken. Twists on the edge. No real help, though, so has to recycle a little bit back to Cafu. Hullet plays one into Maradona! Oh, it's a great attempt. Follow-up is there, though. And Rivaldo able to stick it in the back of the net, and Banano a cheeky smile because I think he maybe considers that one a little bit fortunate. But the Bayern Munich man will take it. Oh, well, it was a great shot initially, but you can see the replay there. Sadly, neither goalkeeper or defender could get there. It's also great to see Rivaldo on the pitch for some of these players. I mean, Rivaldo, an icon that hasn't been used as frequently in recent EAFC games, but his latest item really does provide what you're looking for an absolute legend of the game, as Xavi has a chance to burst through here, and boy does he! Just pokes it wide. A big chance for Banano. Karai now back in this game, but does give the ball away to David Beckham. Xavi tries to feed one through. You heard the desk talking about incisive pass and how important it can be for your chances. These playstyles make a huge difference, especially the Playstyle Plus. It's Gareth Bale at left back. Not only going to provide a lot of speed and width, but of course a bit of height as well for back post action. Speaking of back post, David Beckham, player that can definitely whip it to said back post, and he is going to be on this right-hand side, but doesn't get past Mendes. Remember, this is both of these players' first game as well. Still in the first round of matches. Despite 8 matches already being played, we're now playing another 8 to see how that league stage will look after 16 matches. There's now David Beckham. Can he get away and break away? It's a clever foul from Karai. Just bringing down David Beckham to ensure that he wasn't able to get away there, because it could have been a dangerous break. We'll be on a yellow card though, so have to be careful with your left back now. But similarly to our previous match with Levy Devid versus Rescende, when it's your first match of the tournament, there's always going to be some early nerves, but nothing nervous about that. But can't quite convert the finish. A quick corner though, maybe Hullet! Yes, Hullet puts it away. And again, it's smiles and laughter from Banano. Maybe that's just a little bit of release of those nerves that I was talking about. Always feels good when a corner is converted. Sometimes feels like a freebie. When a player like Hullet rises to the occasion, as long as you time that green, it's so difficult for the goalkeeper to get to it. So Banano will regain his lead. Banano and Man City take a 2-1 lead. I mean, honestly, he could have found the goal with Maradona previously, but just taking that corner quick is also very important. We've seen a few different strategies employed for corners so far today. Sometimes it's just a quick lob on into that front post and hoping that one of your players can get there, but we've seen a few players just taking it short, looking to then play it to the edge of the box and go for a Trivela. Back underway. 25 minutes gone, plenty of time to get back into it for Bayern Munich and Karai. And I tell you what, you can get right back into it here and now. Oh, that's what precision shooting can do. If you don't know, these competitors have to play with precision shooting on. And whilst in your weekend league matches, that one may have just been buried in the corner if you've got automatic shooting on, or semi-assisted, should I say. But precision shooting sometimes can help you, sometimes it can be your worst enemy. As Thierry Henry brings this one down. Holds on to the ball in a fantastic way. Now Gervinho just trying to shove his way through past defenders, kind of getting shoulder barged a little bit, but does retain possession. Plays it to Hullet. Emry now, and it was quick tiki-taka football from Banano, but well read by Karai. Oh, a little dummy, and now Hullet's going to be there. Times it, Green. And how about that? We are seeing some creative goals from both players here. Karai seeing the run and just letting it pass through to the next player. And Banano, maybe it caught him off guard a little bit, but just was not able to get that defender back in position to stop it. Game on. Another match that is really going to display some of the best EAFC action you'll see. Here's Banano from kickoff, though. Intercepted and challenged by Cafu. See, he wants to try and find Maradona, but he is going to play the 1-2, set that run on the right-hand side, but good defensive awareness there from Banano. Tracked that run and ensured it wasn't going to be an easy pass on the right-hand side. And now Banano can look to break. Player lock, switching to Maradona to initiate that run. Plays one through to Javinho, into Thierry Henry. Fake shot, plays one more. Space for David Beckham. It's a 3-2 lead. Always looking for that extra pass is Banano. Wants to increase his percentage chance of scoring. And Karai just couldn't keep up with pass after pass. There was a moment where he probably thought he had done enough, got a leg in. The ball bounced back to Javinho. And once Banano had command of that box, he made it look easy. He finds himself ahead again. 36 minutes gone. Just 10 to play left in this first half. We've already seen massive players like Levy Devid, Emry Yilmaz finding 3 points with their victory as Rivaldo now plays one to the back and so close. Chance after chance. Anyone else other than Maradona, and maybe that gets headed in, but Maradona never really known for his height, nor for heading. Take from that what you will. Now Maradona. Into Kaká. Oh, it's beautiful. The step overs. Just enough to confuse the defender, create that space. And slot it home. Game on yet again. Banano has done well to respond in quick fashion both times that we've seen Karai equalise, so I think the biggest swing here will be whether the Bayern Munich man can take the lead in this game. Maybe that will be the biggest factor here. Every single time Banano has gone ahead. Not going to be able to do so here, though. Gives the ball away. Maybe last chance of the half could be going in favour of the boys in red. Given away, though. Oh, very heavy pass to Thierry Henry, and it's worked out. David Beckham fighting with Mendes again. Mendes wins that fight on the yellow card, so had to be a bit gentle about things. Oh, and it's beautiful play. Just able to tap that ball around, and now there are going to be players in the middle of the box here. Maradona denied by Hullet. Still time in this first half. A lot of life being brought to the pitch in these final moments of this first 45. Thierry Henry, though, cannot outpace Maldini. Possession goes back over the side of Bayern Munich and Karai. 1 minute left of added on time. Does Banano try and go for something here? Tries to go for a dink just to maybe get there before the halftime whistle, but maybe, just maybe, it's going to be offside, though. Karai had the chance to equalise. Oh, sorry, to take the lead just on the halftime whistle. But it will be called offside, and it is still going to be 3-3 heading into halftime. So discussion being had between coaches and their respective players. Maybe some cold hands for Banano. Both players have definitely demonstrated that they've got what it takes to win this game, and often when that happens, it can result in a draw because both players match each other's skill level. And games do end in a draw. Unlike maybe other competitions that you may have watched for EAFC, where it's either multiple legs or it goes to extra time. Here in the league stage of eChampions League, you can draw and just get that single point for the league stage table as Banano takes the lead yet again. He was patient. Planned every moment of that attack. He was just watching where that goalkeeper might be moving, avoiding defenders perfectly. Tucks it home with Javinho. So back to the drawing board for that man. You can just see that the energy for Banano. I don't know if he's cold, he's excited, but he's certainly very active in his chair. But it's working for him. Takes the lead again here in round one of the league stage in the eChampions League. Will there be an instant response? Kaka. Trying to burst past the defender. Does get past one. Does get the shot away. Oh, it's good vision from Karai. Sadly, though, does not result in a goal. Goalkeeper was just in an annoying place for him, really. Difficult to try and slot past him. And that was why Banano kind of let that player run and instead started to shift his other defender back. Wanted to cover that pass and make sure that it wasn't going to be a comfortable one. Instead, just offered a more difficult shot. I talk about the percentage game for attacking a lot, but it's less talked about, I think, defensively. Trying to decrease the percentages of your opponent. Now, Maradona. Can he get the ball across? No, couldn't even get the shot away as Stam wrestles it away from him. It's back and forth action here in this round one matchup between Banano and Karai. Javinho feeds one out left to Gareth Bale. Step over just to shift the ball onto his left foot. Doesn't want to cross it though, instead tries to feed the ball back. Does somehow end up at the feet of Maradona. Into Thierry Henry! Oh, it's just toe poked in. You give Thierry Henry a chance, you give Banano a chance, and he will punish you. As the Manchester City esports badge glistens off his jersey. Almost glistening as enough. The same amount as his gameplay. What will Karai do then? It's not like he's in unfamiliar territory. Plenty of his matchups in the virtual Bundesliga, he found himself behind and he was able to come back and still find a victory. And here we go, could be an instant response, but Tim Howard quick off his goal line. Maybe initiated by Banano there. If it was, then great recognition of play just to ensure you bring that goalkeeper out. And now with a two-goal lead for Banano, it's going to be similar to what happened in our game with Levy Devid and Rescende. About controlling the game a little bit, slowing down the pace, restricting chances, but Rivaldo maybe creating his own chance, back and forth, the ball bumbling around everywhere. bobbles galore, but Banano will retrieve possession. Manchester City then. Banano. A third goal, or at least a 3-goal advantage, excuse me, you'd feel may just be too much to come back from. And I think Banano knows that. He's pushing for it. He's looking to try and kill this game off. Doesn't want to allow Karai a chance back into it. Here's Thuram. Out towards Gareth Bale now. Simple football from Banano. He has found a gap on the left as Gervinho does just about hold on to it, but that's why you put Cafu in your team. Such a phenomenal item that's available to you. Maradona. Step overs galore. There is a gap there. I think the offside trap was sprung. I was going to say, was he brought down by the goalkeeper? The answer's no. It was offside, so good offside trap that was played. It's all going well for Banano at the moment. But one mistake, one missed pass, and suddenly Karai could be back into this game. Sorry, I am shortening it to Karai. I know, well, back in 2021, K Karai was mainly what he went by. He might find himself 6-3 down, but Beckham strikes one from distance. Banano saw that the goalkeeper was off his line and he just tried to fire one past him. Maybe a bit of premature fire there. If he had just taken his time, he might have had a more clear-cut opportunity! Which he did there, but Buffon will save it. And you could tell that Matheus Banano was just holding on to the ball a little bit more there in his central midfield options. Passing it between the two. And I think we're going to see more of that towards the end of this game. A little bit of time management, as I like to call. As for Karai, it's into the tactics screen to make some substitutions, make some changes. Apply a little bit more pressure to Banano. Don't allow him to so comfortably hold on to the ball. It's going to make it far more difficult for those passes to happen. But by, of course, doing that, he will open up his defense a little bit more. Going to go one of two ways, you'd imagine. Either Karai gets a goal back or maybe Banano puts this one to bed. Only 15 minutes left, though. If that. Oh, a quick corner. And almost was able to find the head of Hullet. He's going to try it one more time, but it's Hullet on Hullet action. Banano still in possession, though. Now the clock turns to 15 minutes left. A sixth goal would do it here for Banano. Gervinho on the left. Just gets shoved off the ball. And Karai needs to start creating some chances here. Pass through the middle. Does find Kaká. Good ball onto the left here, but where do you go from here is the question. You want to try and find that man in the middle. Instead tries to go for the bluff. Oh, Tim Howard. Almost giving that ball away. That was the pressure that we were expecting from Karai. Wins the ball back. The referee pulls it back and says it was a foul. That's going to be frustrating for Karai. Probably felt like he did enough fairly there. You can see, though, his players are very much challenging quickly, but that ball is given away. was eagerly trying to get that pass to the left-hand side. Here's David Beckham. Had that chance to finish this game off. Maybe there's going to be another opportunity here to finish the game. No, denied by Maldini. Now you have to break. Time is not on your side for Karai. Needs a goal here to give himself that chance of getting back into the game. Space was being covered on the left, so he had to force himself through the middle. But Banano had that covered as well. Seems like every avenue that Karai tries here, it is being watched by the eagle eyes of Matheus Banano. Howard takes his time, tossing the ball to the right-hand side. Again, eating away at that clock here at the eChampions League. And as it stands, looks like Banano will be walking away with the points. Thierry Henry in the middle. Another pass as well to Maradona. One more to Gervinho. Heads over towards the left-hand side. A good foot being stuck in there by Karai just to give himself maybe one last chance. Great ball into the left-hand side. There is pace, though, from the defender. Wirtz shimmies to the right, but easy defending in the end for Banano, and that probably does it. You feel like it would have had to have been then for a goal from Karai if he was going to be getting back into this game. 88 minutes on the clock. He might have added it on time, I guess, could make a difference here. Still not quite done, but certainly close, unless Gareth Bale. One more. Wirtz still has it. Shifts it onto the right, Lucio. Such a power presence in the box. And now we'll see how much added on time. 2 minutes. As Banano will now start to realise that it is job done. Plays that ball around a little bit. Denies the chances for Karai. Almost gives the ball away, but it's not really going to matter. Even with a goal here for Karai, I don't think there's going to be enough time. And you never say never, but sometimes it's just mathematically impossible. As the final whistle goes, and Banano will take the victory 5-3 over Karai, and he will take all of the points here in the eChampions League stage. So he will join some of the big heavy hitters at the top of that leaderboard. Johnny, Emry Yilmaz, Levy Devid. They all found victories in their games, and he was able to get one as well. So the final score, Banano 5, Karai 3. We'll see how the next one goes. Back to the mainstream.
Fernandes is winning. Maybe he just scored the 4th goal right now. So, yeah, I got lucky to see a lot of actions and a lot of goals in the second half of the matches.
Right, can we just have a moment to discuss the eChampions League format? There's 9 games going on, and there's action in absolutely every single one of them. Yeah. I can't keep up.
There's still action in my game going on as well. There was a comeback. Evanilson was 3-1 down at half-time. He's now 4-3 up. He's had 2 penalties fallen in his favour. He scored both of them. Ilian is cruising. He's 6-1 up against Luke and Edward. That's done and dusted.
A lot is going on, actually.
Yeah, a lot is going on indeed. And we're looking at the RVP legend JP Slater game right now, Shells. At the minute, JP Slater's just won the ball back in the 89th minute.
It's the night. I think he's got one more attack in him right now. Woo! RVP hanging on as he needs to hear. He's got maybe 2 minutes added on. JP saying needs to get the ball right now, otherwise 3 points will be going home to RVP.
I mean, a word again on this format, Santu. I mean, it's so exciting. Players are not out after the first round of fixtures either. If you concede a lot of goals...
Is he going to...
Game over, surely.
Oh, what a goal, yeah, he's finished it.
A bit funky, RVP, but he does the job. 6-4 win, you get the 3 points.
David Ginola.
I love the format because every player could be, like, you know, losing the first 10 minutes and then winning in the second half of the game.
I mean, Ryan, like going on from what Santu just said, the format, this league table, we will see it, of course, after this round of fixtures.
Yeah.
Doesn't really mean much already, does it?
To be fair, it's just that you want to start well. Like, in terms of the players, you want to make sure you kickstart your tournament well, but the thing is, even if you don't, there is still an opportunity for you to not just do well, but you can get into the top 8 as well.
Well, we're having an absolutely great time, as you can see, watching all of the fixtures here. Let's head over.
Sorry. Kosu scored. I missed it. I saw JP. No, Kosu equalised.
What game? Kosu
Last minute against Evanilson.
I mean, there's goals going in by the second. Let's head over to our casters straight away to see what's going on.
Well, we have to turn our attentions to this one because this game is all square. Alihan Lyon, he might have been down once or twice in this game, but This is very much open case. 1 minute left plus additional time. A huge chance one of these two to grab it in the normal 90.
What a comeback here for Alihan. Let's see what he's able to do in these last few minutes, if anything. Levy Finn twisting and turning, last opportunity.
Oh! Levy Finn might have just snatched his first win in the dying moments. And how about that one? Javinho picked it up, and it was all about the run of David Beckham. Finesse plus play style, top corner. That's a massive 3 points in what is a really competitive 36 players.
It has to be the MVP of the day so far, David Beckham, with the crosses, with the finesses as well. A brilliant goal. And wow, what a way to start the day, really. Brilliant, brilliant match. And I mean, Levy has to be one of the favorites to win this competition. I feel like so many times we don't mention him, but he's always there. And after winning back-to-back virtual Bundesligas against Anders as well, he has to be one of the favorites, Brandon.
I think the reason we don't always speak about him in that vein of form is because look who he's surrounded by, isn't he? He's surrounded by champions. Umit, Anders Vergen, just to name a few of them. He's not done yet, is he, Levy Finn? Looking for a fourth, but that will do us at the end of that game. Any time to come, and it has been overplayed. Levy Finn picks up his first 3 points of the Champions League. He made the grand final last year. You can't forget that. Losing to Johnny. This time round, he'll be looking to go one step further. Well, there we have it. One teammate's in action up next, and that's Anders Vergen. He takes on Young. What a game this one is, by the way. A revenge matchup. They played at the Esports World Cup in the summer of last year. And all I'm going to say is there's unfinished business, and it's up next.
Only 2 teams of this league have ever won the UEFA Champions League.
It's where the special one started his career.
Diogo Jota also started his career in this league.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
Welcome back to the eChampions League. 34 of our players' games have concluded, but this one is still going. This is live action of the game between Devid and it's 5-2 up, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, look, we thought we concluded at the end of the first round here. We certainly did, and these two kicked off a little bit later than the rest of the pack, and Fernandez is putting on a bit of a show at the moment, isn't he, Gravison? We saw him come through the Liga FC Pro again this year. He's up against the champion of the Eredivisie, and he's about to go 6-2 up nearly.
Yes, we mentioned just a few minutes before how that Marley against Nacho Abella was one of the best games on the group stage last year. I don't know if you remember Di Fernandez against NIT, in which he equalized in the 90 minutes, 120, and then went on to win the PKs to qualify for the finals. So Di Fernandez has a good relationship with this tournament, and it seems like it goes on and on because he's going to win this match convincingly, FG.
Yeah, 5-2, a couple of minutes still to go. I mean, look, Brandon, we've seen the majority of our players play so far. We're about to see the league table just after this one. First round of fixtures, you want to get off to a good start, but, chance.
Oh my. I think that sums about the game's gone, isn't it? For was it a penalty?
Is that an advantage?
So.
I think free kick potentially?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yes. No, it was just a
goal
booking.
kick. No, I just think, yeah, not the start he would have wanted by any means, but you have to kick on now in round two. You get about a 45-minute break before you come back on to the main stage here. By round two, if you haven't picked up any points, that's when you start to worry and the league table starts to look a bit dangerous.
Now, Grav, as a man who's competed, I mean, how important is that break if you've lost? And if you've won, does it kill your momentum?
It really does. It really does. And
another chance?
If we look back at the Champions League this year, we did have Real Madrid or Man City who didn't start strong, but then qualified at the end, FC.
Yeah.
Gee, what do you think?
Listen, we've nearly finished in this game between Fernandez and Giovanni. I like what you did there. I am a massive fan. I am a huge fan of the new Champions League format as it's a chance to make it 6. And you can hear what it means to him as well, Brandon.
Absolutely. I mean, look, he knows what's on the line here and the pressure. He would have been feeling interested to finish that one as well, Grav. It was sort of the goalkeeper went the opposite way and he still was able just to slide it in with the legend of Ultimate Team himself, Victor Ibarbo.
Wow, what a finish. We all remember that 2015 Ibarbo.
Oh, absolutely. And Javinho, it's all coming back, isn't it? The nostalgia.
Yeah. 10 years later and they're still performing even at the highest stage here in the Champions League.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I absolutely love this format. We've seen how much it meant. I mean, touching back on what Shell said earlier on when he was here, you have to be ruthless. We've just seen Di Fernandez take one chance and his opponent miss a couple. It's fine margins at this level.
And not only that, he was winning 5-2. That goal didn't mean anything really, but still for him, vamos!
It does mean something because it's a group stage, so goal difference might be important. You never know.
You never know, actually. And I mean, if we look back at last year, we had some players qualifying because of those goal difference. So
yeah,
it does matter.
Mark Marley.
Yes.
To be exactly that, but that's going to be interesting for sure when we look at that top 24, which I'm excited for as we get through the rounds. But look, we've officially completed round 1.
36 of our players have all played, and listen, it didn't disappoint at all, did it? Let's take a look. This is the current league table as it stands. Richard Buckley said on commentary before with you, Brandon, it's not going to stay like this. I think it's a safe bet to say things are going to be moving around a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, you'd be surprised right now that some of those faces are in the eliminated bracket again. No one's eliminated yet. Please keep this in mind. Every player will play 6 games in total across today and tomorrow. They'll play 3 games today. Anders Vergang did lose his first game alongside the likes of Bryce and Fuma. But Chris de Boer, top of the 16. That will be on goal difference off the back of his opening game.
It will do, on goal difference, like we just discussed. I mean, let's take a look, shall we? Let's take a trip back. We see the smiles from Johnny. He beat Tex. It didn't go well for Anders, and Levy got the job done as well.
I mean, Matti Banano and both the Argentinians, not only him but Nicolas, they were convincing as well. RBP legend, he's back at the biggest stage, and what a way to win that match.
And what about Levy Finn? Last kick of the game against 16-year-old wonder kid Ali Hanlon. It was 2-0 to Levy Finn. He got it back to 2-2. Last kick of the game. Heartbreak for Ali, but so much.
Absolutely. I mean, look, this is also his first chance we've seen Alian at a LAN event like this, and I think he's been
probably just given a welcome, like, you're not online now, you're at an offline event, you're not going to get any respect as much as people have been hyping you up online. And for Levy Finn, again, great example, won his virtual Bundesliga just a few weeks ago, coming in on form. He's got a big 3 points next to his name.
And let's stick with RB Leipzig. It would be rude not to, because Anders Bergang's about to take on a man who is his arch nemesis. This is a grudge match. This means a lot to both players, Graf.
So much context, isn't there?
That's all I'm going to say.
I thought it was a on the stage, no? In case you just need a bit of context on this, they played last summer, like one of the last events of FC 24, and on the main stage where they played, Young was off his chair doing a sue in front of a crowd of like 3,000-4,000 fans in Saudi Arabia, and all I'm going to say is I spoke to Anders earlier, he's going to do the exact same if he scores or goes up by a few goals.
Looking forward to it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are looking forward to it. We're going to keep you waiting. We're not going to keep you waiting very long, but we are going to head over to the analysis. Casey is there with Tom Lees. I don't see Dorman Shorey with Tom for once, which is nice.
No, it is great to be back at the analysis desk here with Tom. We've seen a lot of great players here in the competition so far, but we're going to narrow it down to one of those players, being Kaká. 2.6 million, about that. Talk to me about this item.
Yeah, I can see why people are using him in his team. He's unbelievable with the 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot as well. I mean, one thing I want to highlight with Kaká, which maybe I can do better this time than I did last time, is the balance and the agility is very, very nice on this item. That means he feels very smooth when he's dribbling, when he's making the small movements. Sometimes people have complained that he's not agile enough. This item right here definitely is. Obviously, stats across the board as well. If we can head into play styles as well, there's a lot going on here, which is why people will be using him. You can see there's so many good ones. We've got the finesse and the low driven recently added. The rapid plus, I think, is really key, because that, a combination with the quick step, makes him so fast. And also, the 3 play styles we've got with tiki-taka, pinged, incisive. Anytime I look at a midfielder, anyone playing the attacking areas, them 3 are the ones I'm looking for. Really, really want them. So yeah, Kaká's play styles are perfect, and people are using him really, really well so far.
Would he be on your team?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, Kaká and Zico, I've looked at both of them, and I like both of them.
Now, talk me through this here. This is some in-game play from Banano and Karai, but we get to see everything that Kaká can do here.
Yeah, so we want to watch this through the first time and just see Kaká's magic. This is Karai 3-2 down against Banano, and we're just going to watch what Kaká can do, because, wow, I mean, it's all a solo goal, really. We see, comes into here, and he gets the ball. He hasn't really got a chance. He's one step over, a little bit of L1 dribbling, and then another step over, and then we're using the low driven plus. You can see the low driven plus, the new play style added in, using it to perfection. So I'm going to walk you through.
Yeah,
and
show me the
you
step over,
exactly
please. I need to see it.
So step over, when he gets it here, his left stick is obviously facing one way, and he's going to be going upwards, and the right stick, he's going to be going from around 2 to 5, I call it, if you look at a clock, just a quarter of a movement around the right stick, and the left stick is where the direction is, and then he realises he can't get through. So there's a little bit of L1 dribbling to go backwards, then if we stop it there, and just bring it back ever so slightly, because I want to just go from the step over again. He's used the L1 dribbling to go back, and now he realises he can face up the centre-back, and one way to get round is step over. So we just watch it slowly. He'll move his left stick just round, he'll perform the step over, a quarter of the movement, quarter of the stick movement with the right stick, performs the step over perfectly, and then the low-driven finish. It's inch perfection. It's a great goal, and it's exactly why Kaká's being used.
That was so helpful. Thank you so much. I'm always taking notes in my head, mental notes. I'm glad that you're here to show everyone back home. But I don't know about you guys. I am ready to get into these next games because Young is about to play right around the corner. Let's learn a bit more about him.
My name is Young, and this is my story. I was born and grew up in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It was a perfect childhood with my parents all the time, also my grandmother, my grandfather as well. So it was kind of perfect for me. I think I played football since 3-4 years old. My first academy was like with 6 years old, and my dad made me like to play almost every day with him. He was so important for me in professional because he tried to be a professional as well, and he couldn't, so he tried to make me a professional, but in the end I'm a professional gamer, but he's like proud of me as well, so it's all fine in the end. I decided to compete in esports, I think was 20, when I was like playing weekend leagues a lot, and then I got like a 27 victory. That time was what you need to play a competitive tournament, and then I just saw in the website that I can play, and then I just subscribed myself, and in my first tournament I got like top 9 of South America. So I was like, okay, I think I know how to play this game a little bit. That was my beginning. since 23, that was like my worst year by far. The beginning was not good, and every time the results was not coming. In the end, I worked like crazy a lot to be like the champion of Portugal, and everything went right. So that time was like just relieved. I cried a lot. I'm an emotional guy, so it was like very important for me to win this and qualify to be Champions League. You can expect like me trying my best to be the winner in the end. First of all, trying to qualify to Munich, that's the first goal. But then there, I want to be the winner. I'm practicing so good and playing so good, so I'm expecting to be the best player in the world.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Welcome back, everyone. What a matchup we have here on the side stream. Tex versus Emry Yilmaz. I mean, Tex, the current and reigning E-Premier League champion 2 years running, and of course a very historic player. You'll know him very well. On the other side, Emry Yilmaz, who was able to win the Liga Cup quite recently, won DreamHack Dallas last year, got to the top 4 of eChampions League last year as well as top 4 of the FC Pro 24 Open last year. I mean, this game is going to be a very special one between these two. They've matched up twice already this year, actually, and both times Emry Yilmaz has been able to get the better of Tex. In fact, Tex has not beaten Emry Yilmaz since 2022, when they played in the World Cup across 2 legs. Ever since then, it's always been Emry Yilmaz on top. Of course, with his coach behind him, who has led people to a World Cup victory. So maybe that's going to be good to have him on his side. Can Emry take down Tex, or will Tex now start to really show what he's made of? Of course, Emry is a previous eChampions League winner as well back in 2023. He knows what it takes to win this competition. Was unable to get it done last year, though. Lost out to Levy Finn in the semi-finals, finishing top 4. But, I mean, you look at all of the historic results for Emry Yilmaz, and he really is one of the in-form players at the moment on EAFC 25. But is it going to be enough to take down who was once named the Wonder Kid of Tex? In my eyes, he still is the Wonder Kid, always will be. Had a couple of rough years, but now seems to be back at his very best, and winning the E-Premier League has surely done wonders for his confidence. It's going to be Tex kicking from left to right in the burgundy kit. A chance with Harry Kane right at the start. Unable to get that shot away, though. Emry Yilmaz trying to respond with a quick attack of his own, but a good defensive work from Tex to regain possession. Thierry Henry up top. Will find Thierry Henry as well. Passes it left to Hullet. Maybe gets a second chance. That is a fortunate little bobble, but Tex will take it every day of the week. It's an early lead for the Man City esports man. A gift from the heavens for sure. But sometimes you just have to put yourself in the right place at the right time. A replay there of Hullet just putting that ball away. Yashin could get nowhere near it in the end. What a start it is for Tex. It is worth noting that the eChampions League is a competition Tex knows very well as well. Back in 2020, I believe it was, he won the Invitational. It was during COVID. I was fortunate enough to have been commentating it back then. So technically, 2 eChampions League winners on our screens. Of course, very different in a live environment, though. Emry Yilmaz was able to do it just 2 years ago. Maybe he can get back into the game right here. Tries to force a pass through bodies, though, and in the end, comes off his own player. It's a good interception from Emry Yilmaz, but again, just went out of play and allows possession in favour of Tex. Thierry Henry bursting forward. Has Harry Kane to work with. Here is Harry Kane. He can hit him. Somehow holds on to it as well. Just able to shimmy through defenders. And if you can get Harry Kane in striking distance, you know full well he has the capabilities to power them away. I'm sure it's not going to be a popular choice, but it certainly is working out for Tex at the moment. So a 2-0 lead, and already a bit of a mountain to climb for Emry Yilmaz. But luckily, plenty of time, and actually a goal here would just get him right back into this one. He's trying to be patient though, but Llorente easily cleans it up. Trying to have a look through this drafting process and actually see how many Harry Kanes were picked. 3. Okay, so 3 Harry Kanes picked across all of the players competing today. So Tex is not alone, but he is certainly in a small percentage. Salah! It's 3 for Tex in 15 minutes. Are we seeing prime Tex back on our screens once more? The boy who lifted trophies back in Bucharest over and over again has now become a man. And it's 3-0 up on the biggest stage here at the eChampions League against one of the biggest and best competitors in this league as well. Emry Yilmaz with a lot to do here to try and get back into this game. It's straight into the tactics screen. Figure out how these chances are being created so easily. But it's still focused from Tex. I remember back when he was competing as 16-year-old. Probably would have been all smiles, tongue out, cheeky, dancing around at this point, but it was a very different time. It's very early days, of course, here at the eChampions League. Will we see a response quickly from Emry Yilmaz? He needs something to get back into this one. Again, though, Tex has looked so solid in defense. And as we look back at previous results from round 1, Tex did lose his opening game 5-2 to Johnny, so he's currently not got any points in the league table, whereas Emry Yilmaz beating Anders Vergang 4-2, so he's currently on 3 points. Which would be a huge statement if Tex was able to win this game, because not only are you taking down Emry Yilmaz, but you're beating someone who's just beaten Anders as well. Who some argue is one of the best, if not the best. I mean, if you ask Anders, I think I know what answer he'd give you as who's the best player in the world right now. Here's Maradona. Tries to feed it out left, but again, Llorente is put in the right position by Tex. And you'd think at 3-0 you'd be cruising, but it's actually a pretty difficult scoreline to try and manage here. Because when you're 3 goals up, you of course are in control, but your opponent is naturally going to start being a little bit more aggressive, starting to apply more pressure. Maybe taking a couple more risks. Sometimes you can get suffocated a bit, but that's important, is to still be aggressive with your own defense. Tex wins the ball back up by the halfway line. And maybe he can take advantage of maybe a couple of players from Emry Yilmaz being out of position, but the ball does go out of play. Possession regained by Emry. And even though Emry Yilmaz did win the La Liga Pro Cup, he was unable to win the Liga Pro League. Came top 4 in those finals in the end. Just losing out 3-2 to Sevilla. Of course, representing Real Sociedad is Emry Yilmaz. It's Rivaldo now for Tex. Could be a Man City Esports double. with Banano finding victory in the previous game, and now Tex leading 3-0 here. I'm sure they would love to see both of their players progressing through to the knockout stages at the very minimum. Harry Kane gets the ball. Plays one more. Salah. Thierry Henry. It was another one of those opportunities that just seemed to fall perfectly for Tex. Does result in a corner. Goes out to Salah. Hullet. Defends successfully, though, and will just stretch those long legs, and it is going to be a 2 versus 1 here. Thierry Henry is going to be in the middle, but beautiful defending from Tex. Sadly, though, it's not going to be enough. Plays it back, Maradona, and plays it in, and just about stays onside. Is able to feed that extra pass through as Maradona finds his teammate and gets a goal back. Tex almost had done enough defensively, but Yilmaz shows his class, shows his patience, and shows why this game is not over until it's over. Maybe slightly frustrating for Tex, that one, but the same could be said for Emry Yilmaz, down for his first goal conceded. So back underway. Game on between these two giants. And you do feel if Emry Yilmaz starts to get a little bit more into this game, Tex could be under a lot of pressure, but one way to answer that pressure is by applying your own. Xavi. Looking to try and find that space in the middle. Will actually get the ball to Thierry Henry. Back to Hullet. One more to Harry Kane, and it's going to be a finesse on that left foot, but Yashin will save. Corner from Tex. Again, it's played more towards the penalty spot and no one really there. Rivaldo being pressured by 3 different players from Emry Yilmaz, but still has that ball. Xavi. Edge of the box for Hullet. Being pressured by his twin. Here's Rivaldo into Thierry Henry. Now finds one more into Salah. Didn't want to strike it. Wanted to go for Harry Kane instead, but Emry Yilmaz was wise to it. Denies it and now can break. And when Tex burst onto the scene in the early days of FC, he was known for his skills and his ability on the ball. And how difficult it was to defend against him. But this time he's the one who needs to do defending, and he is unable to stop the second goal going in here for Emry Yilmaz. And as I said, a 3-0 lead can sometimes be a bit difficult. Forces your opponent to be a bit more aggressive. Suddenly that 3-0 lead slips away and you're now only a goal ahead again. And it did come off the back of, some possession from Tex that Emry was able to steal that ball away and get the break. And these are the moments where you have to be mentally very strong. You don't want to plant that seed of what happens if I do throw this game away despite being 3 ahead at one point. One way to stop that seed from growing would be an instant response, but gives the ball away. Oh, good pass from Emry Yilmaz finding it Thierry Henry, but it was just offside. It's been a good passing game from both players, to be honest. They are excellent at really analysing the pitch and seeing where that space is available and triggering those runs. As I say that, Thierry Henry was making one. Does stay onside. And Tex holds his line accordingly. Great ball, though, to the left-hand side. Keeper is out. Does he get hold of it? Yes, he does. Yashin very quick off his line. The foul was drawn in the end. So well recognised from Emry Yilmaz that there was space on the left, and quickly bringing that keeper out. Makes the run with Hullet now. Thierry Henry is in the box. Not easy to get to, though, because Tex is covering those passing lines. Xavi needs a bit of support. Only burgundy shirts in front of him. Finally does get that pass to Hullet. 2 minutes of added on time in the first 45 here. Maybe last chance before we go into the dressing rooms for Emry Yilmaz. Can he make this 3-3? Shinola. Into Salah, back to Ginola again, holding on to it. Maradona. Ginola strikes, good defending. Lucio has to hold, and he will clear. And it will be the halftime whistle. Doesn't go for a throw-in, so Tex holds on in the first 45, but he was 3 goals to the good. Emry Yilmaz has demonstrated why he is a previous eChampions League winner with that response. Tough to call which way you think this one's going to go. If you were to judge it just based off those opening 15 minutes, you thought this could have been a completely one-sided affair in favour of Tex. But Yilmaz demonstrates his class and his ability. Didn't succumb to the pressure. And now he's applying his own pressure to Tex. So if there's anyone who can deal with it, it would be that man on your left-hand side of your screen. This is not his first rodeo. That's the beautiful thing about this competition is there's so much historic players competing. You might have seen on the mainstream, we've even got a 16-year-old playing. Once upon a time, that was Tex. He was that wonder kid. But that baton does get passed. Salah. Speaking of passing it on, here's Thierry Henry. Tries to time it green and just slot it past the keeper, but not able to get it past the defender. Little breakaway now for Tex. Salah wanting to find it onto his left, into Thierry Henry again, bursting through. It's Playstyle Plus. Amounts to nothing though. And every time you feel like Emry Yilmaz is on the ball, just feel like he's got a threat to offer here. Although I will say, defensively, Tex has had his number over and over again. As long as Tex has 4 defenders back, he does very well to ensure that it's not going to be a comfortable day for Emry Yilmaz. Tex doesn't fall for the offside trap there either. He doesn't play the ball. Here's Xavi into Harry Kane. 2 defenders in front of him, tried to strike it. I mean, that's why you have Harry Kane in your lineup, so you can hit ones like that. Incredible item at shooting in particular. Can hold that ball up as well, and of course has height. Maybe for those corners. Now Salah on the other side. Into Thierry Henry, and it's just wide. Nice idea. But I think Tex will be happy for those shots to be taken from distance. Doesn't want to provide too many of those opportunities, though, because, as we know, they can find themselves in the back of the net time and time again. You'd certainly rather your opponent take those shots rather than get into direct 1v1s. There could be a direct 1v1 here as well if Maradona can find that pass, which he does to David Ginola. Maybe one more. No, he runs out of play. There's going to be a pause at the 57th minute then. Worth noting, and I think you can see this for yourselves at home, Tex plays without a headset as well. And I think the main desk may have actually brought it up. Very interesting way to block out kind of the noise going around you. Some players would rather hear only the game audio, focus on the game, and then there are others who are happy to hear their surroundings, can maybe block out those distractions, or perhaps they feed off the energy of the other players. I remember Tex, once upon a time, used to just play with his own music in, but he's going naked today. Just wants the raw emotion of the room. Can it help him find a 4th goal? Here's Hulip. This could be a chance. Pele's now on the pitch. Does time it green. Second bite of the cherry. It'll go out for a corner kick. Quick whip in. Big header! And Tex gets a 4th. Leaps above the rest of the competition. And nods it down. Goalkeeper nowhere near it in the end. And boy, did Tex need that. Reinstates his 2-goal lead. Back to the drawing board, though, for Emry Yilmaz. What does he have left in the tank? He's kind of thrown everything at Tech so far, but I guess there could be a couple more substitutions. Maybe you up that pressure a little bit. Emry just trying to ease his way past Lucio. Sometimes going for the simplest of techniques can be the most effective because your opponent isn't going to expect it. It's one thing that's always been apparent in FC esports to me is it's about reading your opponent. What would they think I'm going to do? What would I do in their situation? Trying to go for a little bit of a double bluff. Now here's Pele. Tries to burst away with quick step. Unable to do so, though. Player lock onto Thierry Henry for Emry Yilmaz. Still 27 minutes left in this game. Still a 2-goal lead for Tex. This could be a tournament-defining victory for Tex if he's able to hold on as well. Especially when you consider he's already lost one to the reigning eChampions League champion. And he has to go up against the previous Pele. Pull it now on the edge. Xavi could hit it. Instead tries to play the pass to Rivaldo, and then I think maybe got caught up holding the wrong button then because he seemed to dummy it. Tex could certainly do with another, and I think he knows that as well. Llorente wins it back. Brilliant piece of defending there, and great experience from Tex as well. Not trying to force a pass, instead just running back to the goalkeeper, recycling play. Make Emry Yilmaz work a little bit. And Zambrotta will win that toe-to-toe race. Ginola with a man to beat. Get support from Zambrotta now. He's pushing all the way up on this pitch. There is going to be a lot of space if Tex does win this ball back for a counter. Oh! Almost. Almost something a little bit special from Emry Yilmaz. Tried his luck. That is a sign of desperate nature for me. Going for the long-range finesse shots, the long-range Travellas. Whilst, yes, they are successful, maybe just admitting a little bit of defeat that you can't quite break through the stonewall defense that we're seeing from Tex right now. As I was saying, this could be a massive win for Tex. Lost to Johnny 5-2. If you were then to lose your next game, 2 of your 6 games, you're on 0 points. It's going to be difficult to get to automatic qualification for the knockouts. You're then looking at maybe getting to playoffs, and then once you're in playoffs, it's anyone's game, really, for getting to the final stages. You want to put destiny in your own hands, and to take down Emry Yilmaz, who has already beaten Anders Vergang, would be a statement to the rest of the field here at the eChampions. But job is not done. 18 minutes. Is it going to be Tex holding on, or can Emry Yilmaz start to apply a bit more pressure? Good holding of possession here, but as I say that, tries to force a ball through to Rivaldo. Emry Yilmaz does the same. He's going to have to start taking a few more risks here to try and break through that defense that Tex has really built up here. Remember, in official FC competition, Tex has not taken down Emry Yilmaz since 2022. He's on the cusp of being able to achieve it here in the eChampions League. Emry Yilmaz has bettered him twice already this season in the FC Pro Open. He's got a chance to still try and steal a point away, though. 2 goals is not unachievable here in 13 minutes. Especially if you get something here, will it? Maradona trying to twist and turn his way in. Thierry Henry! Good save from Yashin. Tex just rolls back in his chair as he knows every single time he makes a save here, he gets closer and closer to victory. It's a short corner from Emry Yilmaz. Now it's dinked in. The header's there, off off the bar. Tex holding on. Emry Yilmaz coming so close. Here's the writing on the wall that maybe it's just not his game here. If that had gone in, then suddenly Tex would be under incredible amounts of pressure. But now Tex can lead the charge on the right-hand side. Slows it down a little bit, though. Plays this one a little bit more safe. Doesn't really want to give the ball away, so he's going to take the time where he can. Eating away at this clock. Frustrating Emry Yilmaz. Goes back out wide. Uses his right back. Now space again on the right-hand side. There is men in the middle. Pele's going to be there. Again, Tex was looking to just really hold on to the ball. Has given it away, though. And Thierry Henry is through. This is a huge moment. It's a big chip and a big goal. And Emry Yilmaz is giving himself a lifeline here. Tex, who was trying to hold on to that ball on the right-hand side, gives away possession. Now with 6 minutes left, Emry Yilmaz definitely has an opportunity to steal a point away here. I mean, to be honest, still has time to get all 3 points. Henry was in acres of space. Tex tries to bring out the keeper to close that gap, close that angle. And there was a little dink in the end. It was good patience from Emry Yilmaz. Did well under pressure as well, as we can look back at it one more time. Calm. When you needed to be. 5 minutes until added on time then for Tex to hold on to this one. Emry Yilmaz is going to be throwing everything at him, and he has stolen the ball away. And there is space on this left-hand side, and there's a player in the middle, but Zola was offside in the end. Tex holds on. These are going to be some shaky last minutes. And certainly some nervy ones as Emry Yilmaz, a tactical foul as he brings down Texas player there. Trying to work out who I'd rather be in this moment, because Tex is under so much pressure to try and hold on to this game, but also Emry Yilmaz probably starting to feel it as that clock starts to tick away as well. It's always frustrating when you're trying to win that ball back. You just can't seem to get it. Another throw in for Tex. More time going against Emry Yilmaz. Does win the ball back though. Still an opportunity to steal a point at the death. Here in the league stages of the eChampions League. Doesn't find the pass though. It's still going to be his throw in. Unlikely you're going to be able to win this game if you're Emry Yilmaz, but a point could be huge. Thierry Henry! Oh, and he's brought down. It's going to be a penalty. A penalty and added on time. Emry Yilmaz will have a chance from the spot to steal a point here. Can take save. No, he can't. Emry Yilmaz ties us up 4-4. Tex, who has been in control of this game throughout almost the entirety, now looks like he's only going to be taking a point away from this game. And Emry Yilmaz demonstrating why he is a previous eChampions League winner, not succumbing to the pressure, not falling victim to Tex holding on to a lead. And you can see the dejection on Tex's face because he knows that perhaps has thrown away an opportunity here for 3 points. Will still have one last chance here, though, you feel, to get 3 points of his own. 1 minute and 20 on the clock. One last attack for Tex, but oh, he still has it. Almost gave the ball away. The referee waves play on. And Emry Yilmaz will win the ball, and that is going to be the final whistle. We're all tied up. It's 4-4. The points will be shared. It could have been a huge moment in Texas tournament if he was able to take down Emry Yilmaz, but it could be an even bigger moment for Emry Yilmaz. The penalty in the final moments to take away a point from this game. I mean, had it not been a penalty, he was probably going to get a goal in the end, but Tex tried to hold on to the ball. This was a replay of that final moment. Yeah, Thierry Henry had just knocked it past the keeper. If he wasn't brought down there, it was going to be a goal anyway. And sadly for Tex, guessed wrong. Tried to stay in the middle, but Emry Yilmaz did not succumb to the pressure. He's been here time and time again. So 4-4, the final result between Yilmaz and Tex. Let's jump back to the mainstream.
Steps in against the ECL reigning defending champion Johnny. Plenty more coming up right after this break.
Well, how about this then? An E-Premier League final, which looks exactly the same as it did 12 months ago, as Brighton & Hove Albion will take on Manchester City.
Incredible from Jaden.
You can't compete with him.
A 2-goal lead Armani has going into leg 2. The 2-goal cushion that was made for his teammate has been wiped away. This is beautiful. Manchester City have done it again. Back to back. E-Premier League champions.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
The best 32 players in the world.
Fighting for the right to sit on the throne at top of FC.
This means so much more than you think.
I cannot believe what I have just seen.
We could be watching something special here.
Your FC Pro World Champion.
Hello and welcome back to the eChampions League 2025. Listen, we're just about getting our breath back from this round of fixtures that we have just seen. In our featured game, it was Anders Vergang who took the bragging rights. We'll hear from him in a moment. Samu gave at 8-0 shells.
Listen, that guy, he might be the one to watch because I like to see first-time through balls, first-time assists. I like the dark arts. He's a man of the dark arts, and he's scoring goals for fun, so he might be the one to watch.
I mean, let's take a look at the results on the screen now, Rich. We've mentioned two of them already, but as you can see, in every single game, there is goals, there is action, and it is absolutely relentless.
Yeah, 100%. Big performances. Two people to point out. Jaden, picking up a win. He lost his first game and picked up that victory against Fuma. That means that E-League champion 5 years in a row is 0-2 in Fuma, and also Kosu coming through with a huge win against Neat, and that puts Neat in a really troublesome position as well.
I mean, we saw a late goal in the game between Tex and Emry Yilmaz. Tex was 3 goals to the good in that game. It just goes to show it's not over until it's over, and that is 2 points drop from his perspective.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, Tex will obviously be disappointed to be leading that game and obviously dropping points in the last minute. Anyone will be disappointed, but Tex is a well-known champion for a reason. I have no doubt that he will turn it around, and if he doesn't, I think he knows he tried his best.
Let's take a look, shall we, at some of the highlights from that round of fixtures. And Rich, we'll start with this one because what a game this was.
And what a goal that was as well from Levy Finn. 3-3, 77th minute, 2 players who are just synonymous with high-tier FC esports. And this goal, you mentioned it. That player look, by the way, does he ever have the intention of passing that on the player lock, or is it always the fake?
I mean, this is a new level. This could be baiting at the highest level, or he might have done it by accident.
Your thumbs working that fast now?
Nah, my thumbs are getting on. It's getting on. It hurts every time I play a champion game.
Coming in finesse shot.
Basic as I can be.
And this is the game that we were talking about, the featured game. It had it all. It had goals, it had celebrations, and it also had a handshake at the end.
Surprisingly.
I would only say that in the group stages. If that was the knockouts, I don't know if there'll be any handshakes. That's all I got to say.
I mean, look at that man. He's absolutely loved every single moment of that game, and he made sure everyone watching knew what he was feeling. Let's head over to him right now because he's standing by with Casey.
Yes, I'm here with Anders, who has had quite the roller coaster of a day today. But talk to me about that last game. A grudge match against Young obviously went to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's been some things in the past between him and me, so it was really important for me to win, especially against him, and I'm very happy with that I bounced back after I lost the first game.
Now, talk to me after that first match against Emry. Didn't go your way. How are you able to mentally get back into it to go up against an opponent like Young?
That's also hard. I think I'm reacting very differently to any other player. Like, I get extremely mad, and sometimes it can be hard, but I really want to beat him, and for like in this group stage, my goal is to get top 8, and I think this game was extremely important, like, to win. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Now, you've won multiple competitions, but never this one right here. So how much would winning this competition, this trophy, mean to you?
I don't know, it would mean a lot, of course. Like, I won World Championship that is like bigger, and also one problem, I think you win more money there. So I have tried bigger things, but of course I still want to win it since it's like a big tournament. If I win this one, I think I won every single major title, and discussion about who's the greatest of all time should be over then.
All right, well, we will have to wait and see if you do take home this trophy at the end of the competition. Thank you so much, Anders. I'll let you get back to it. But I believe we're going to learn some things over with Grab and Santu. Let's go send it over to them.
Santu, I mean, one thing that impressed me last year is the way Johnny counter-attacked. It was just every single time he got the goal with the ball with the midfielders, he was going forward, he was scoring goals. And from what we've seen today, he's doing the same against Tex.
Yeah, it is something that brought the tournament last year, and of course we are gonna see again some of the clips of today. This is a nice attack from Johnny. Let's see with Cafu how he builds up the play. Straight for Rick, and then a first pass to Kakai, and then Zico. We wait for his defense, and if we just stop when he tries to go through.
Yeah, if we go back and this instance, we're gonna play it when Kaká just takes the ball, passes it to Zico, and in this instance we're gonna just pass it in here, because the main thing, I think we can agree that Kaká is gonna attack this space, right? Yeah. So you gotta switch into your defense and try to go for that direction. But
you gotta trick your opponents to go that run, and then you just keep on going with Zico.
That's what he did. If we play the clip, you can see how he just worked the angle, went for a tribella, and I mean, he didn't even need the green time finish. It was just going top bins. But Zico, a weird choice as a cam. I thought the incisive pass was going to be good, but as we can see with the tribella, it's going in as well.
Yeah, and the second clip here, can we say he just got lucky here, or is it skill?
I don't think it's luck. I think it's timing. The timing that you and I lack, and that's why we're here commentating and breaking this down. But it's just, as you can see,
smile, yeah.
John is smiling because he knows he got the timing right. Germans love their timings, really, when they play. And it feels like Johnny ended up winning last year and first match against Tex, 5-2.
Yeah.
he's comfortable.
Yeah, definitely comfortable. If you go just back in the clip, we can analyze the timing, the perfect timing. We can see that the pass was on point.
For me, the question is, of course, he had the timing against Tex, but now against Jobundi, that's a tough match. So let's see if he's going to be able to keep that winning streak. Coming up next, Johnny against Jobundi.
Thank you so much, gents. Great to have a little bit of a breakdown there of what we've seen so far in the Champions League. I've got the absolute pleasure of being alongside the two #house lads. Tom, Shori, welcome to commentary for the first time with the Champions League. Does it still feel a bit weird being on this side of the action this time round?
It's always an absolute blast. But yeah, I've just got a smile on my face. I'm just excited to watch some FC with the boys. Tom?
Yeah, I mean,
All right, well, we are underway in our fourth match of the day on SideStream. Peixoto versus Banano. I mean, it is just fantastic game after fantastic game here. We have the current E-Liga champion in Peixoto, and of course the current E-Premier League champion in Banano. I'm not surprised that this one is going to be one of the featured matches because both of these competitors can certainly go a long way in this competition. We, of course, watched Banano win his first game 5-3 earlier on this stream. So he's looking in good stead to try and just move forward and see if maybe he can make it 2 for 2, be on 6 points and be right at the top of that leaderboard. But it's Peixoto who has the chance right now. He's, of course, going to be attacking from left to right in the orange kit. And Banano in the typical Man City blue. Peixoto will try and force one through here, but is going to be quickly denied. Worth knowing, Peixoto did also win his first game 4-1 against Brent. So he's also on 3 points. So this is a big matchup. Whoever wins this will be joint at the top of the table, and it's Peixoto who maybe gets the first chance here. And he will capitalize on said chance. An opening goal coming from Kaka. We heard the desk talking about what an incredible item it is to have him on your side. And it's for good reason that he's been so heavily featured in selection from a lot of these players today. And Banano is going to have to try and find a quick response here. Here's Javinho. Back to Gareth Bale. Maradona's going to be in the middle. Thierry Henry is going to be alongside him. It's a great one too, but it is just going to be offside here. Gareth Bale has done a great job at left back for Banano so far this tournament. He's not the only one who selected Gareth Bale as well in his draft process. I mean, there's actually 14 selections of Bale, a 38% pick rate, so a pretty popular player to feature. And if you're wondering who is the most popular pick, I think you can take a guess. It's pretty obvious. I gave you a chance. Pull it. 35 out of the 36 players are running Hullet in their midfield. As Lilian Thuram will defend easily here. So Peixoto, after a bursting start into this game to find the lead, now just dictating the pace a bit, trying to slow down Banano. There's Llorente on the right. Just holds on to the ball, does find Kaka again. Looking to try and double up. Fighting everyone who's coming alongside him at the moment. Couple of players on the edge. Recycles back to Ricken. Are you going to shoot from here is the real question. If he gets the chance to. Tries to go for a lofted through ball. Just dinking one through. I like it. It's creative. But now there is going to be a counter opportunity for David Beckham. Can Banano capitalise here? Xavi. Nothing coming through this attack, really. Having to just take his time. Hoping that Peixoto is going to maybe open up a gap for him. Step out a little bit too far. We'll find a corner, though, and Banano has been able to get a goal with the corner already this tournament, but defends well. He'll it, though. Oh! Catches me off guard. I suddenly started looking to the right to my notes. And he does get a shot at goal, but a good save in the end to retain the lead for Peixoto. It's a good attempt in a ball through, but denied quickly by Banano. This one looks a little bit better, though. David Ginola into Kaka. Kaka still has it. Gets the shot away, but the player just intercepts at the right time. These two players have not played against each other since 2022. Seems to be a theme today. I think I've said that already. Another set of players already played in 2022. Back in the playoffs. And it was actually Banano who won this fixture 2-1 when they did compete. But of course, with FC, it's a different game every year, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about this esport, is that it can change so rapidly from year to year, but then you also have to praise the consistency of the players that year in, year out are right at the top, are always in the big tournaments. We went through a period of this esport where there was a lot of invitationals, and some of those big players would just get invited back based on their name. But nowadays, everyone here has earned their position, earned their placement, and earned their right to compete in one of the biggest and best competitions in esports. Here's Salah. Can't get past Gareth Bale. That 38% pick rate looking pretty good for Banano. Denied again. Thuram just place it across goal to Llorente. Peixoto was almost there to just sneak it away from him. It's Thierry Henry. Palit is supporting. Player out wide as well is going to be David Beckham. Do you swing one in? No. Drag back into the middle. Maradona plays one more. Oh, Gervinho cannot quite find the shot that he was looking for. Xavi blocks Salah. Has assistance from Gervinho, and Banano now getting a little bit more of the possession. Starting to look more confident on the ball as well, but defensively, Peixoto not really showing much gaps, and that's what happens. When there's nowhere really to go, you try and force something through, and you do give the ball away. Here's Bale. Riquelme just to shift that ball from left to right. Ricken! Almost. Oh, second chance though. Defensively, Banano has given this one away. Mo Salah breaks through. Banano is holding on by the skin of his teeth right now. Needs to get a little bit more of a footing on this game. Couple of wayward passes. I mean, maybe down to the pressure that Peixoto is offering, but you can see why. He's the E-Liga champion. Thierry Henry plays it out. He's still going to be in the middle, but Gervinho can maybe get this shot. Will do. Tries to drive it across goal, but the keeper will be able to save it. And it goes out for a corner. Just looking back at other results for Peixoto, as well as winning the E-Liga just last month. He also came top 4 in the FC Pro 25 Open back in February as well. But he really has been one of the players to watch so far this tournament. Can he double up on his victory that he'd already found in round 1? Corner gets whipped in. Hullet can't quite connect with it, but Llorente has been able to win the ball back. David Beckham crosses again. Thierry Henry denied. It's better pressure from Banano. I feel he might just need a goal here just to calm his nerves a little bit in this game, but that is not going to help calm them. Kaka's through yet again. Good save from Howard. That's a chance that Peixoto knows he probably should have done better with. Here's Rickon. Could strike it. Doesn't. Plays it to Salah. Opts not to go for a finesse off the left. Instead, just plays one more, but Bale now wins it back. There's certainly been chances for Peixoto to double his lead here. Just hasn't really been able to take them. Could be presented with another opportunity here, though. Salah! Gareth Bale worth his weight in gold at the moment, defensively. Plays it short. Salah twisting, turning, using every skill that he has available to him. Plays it into Kaka. Hullet now strikes. Too many bodies, though. Banano still holding on. Oh, that's a brilliant ball if you're onside. Which he is. Thierry Henry. A chance for Banano, but Buffon saves. Still has possession. What an opportunity that was for Banano. Right before we get to half-time. Doesn't get a second chance, though, because the referee will pull that one back. Is going to be a foul. And it looks like at the half it's going to be a 1-0 lead unless you can get the ball up the pitch quickly here. But Peixoto probably just wants to see this one off because there was a little bit of a scare just before half-time. Both players with a one-on-one chance, denied by the goalkeeper. Again, great ability just to hold down triangle, bring that goalkeeper out, close that gap, deny that angle as best as you can. But for players of this quality, you'd almost be expecting a goal on both sides there. And I'm sure Banano will be a bit frustrated that he didn't find a goal. Look back at the replay for Peixoto. Through with Kaka, just tries to drive it with the finesse. You can see the finesse plus playstyle came up. And then in the dying moments, an incredible ball. Great vision from Banano. But then Emry almost does the same thing, just trying to drive it to that one side of the post, and the angle wasn't quite there. If you compare that to our previous game we watched on this stream where Emry Yilmaz was able to chip the ball over the goalkeeper. Was calm under that pressure. Took advantage of an opportunity that was presented in front of him. However, it will stay at 1-0 then to Peixoto. Remember, winner of this game, will be on 6 points after 2. Whereas the loser will still be on 3 points and probably sitting around mid-table. Which isn't the end of the world. You know, only 2 matches in mid-table is still going to give you a good chance of getting to the automatic qualifications. And increasingly likely, of course, staying in the playoff section of the league table. Oh, great play again from Peixoto, who's now going to be kicking from right to left, just on that left-hand side to skip past Banano's defenders. Amounts to nothing, though. Gives away the throw-in. Still taking his time is Banano. Good opportunity to create something here with Llorente. Just going to go with the simple turn. Recycles play. There wasn't a good opportunity, he feels, to get a shot away. So instead he starts to look elsewhere. Good ball, though. Over to Gervinho. Somehow still has it. Arguably shouldn't have it. Can he make the most of it? Step over, plays it in. Lucio denies. A good attempt from Banano, and he is starting to try something a little bit different each time. But this counter is going to be deadly every single time from Peixoto. Player lock, just to bring that player back. It's Kaka. Tries to shimmy it past, unable to do so. Might be going out for a corner, though, and it will. And we know how deadly corners can be. Plays it short. Rickon. Shifts past one, plays it back. Kaka doesn't get past David Beckham, and now a chance to break on the other side. Does Banano go for another one of those long raking over the top through balls? Hullet's making a run through the middle. Shifts out left. Thierry Henry in the middle. Could strike it if he wants to, but you can see that Peixoto was more than prepared defensively for it. Jovino, though, he's so tricky to try and take down, but Peixoto makes it look easy. Here's Kaka. The only goal scorer in this game so far. Plays one more. Out wide to Salah. Hullit's on the edge of the box. Finds it. Plays one extra. Oh, I like the attempt at the 1-2. But Banano was wise to it. This is our lowest scoring game that we've had so far on this stream. Maybe I've cursed it because Banano is heading into the box. But again, Peixoto's just there, waiting. Expecting the pass, covering those angles so successfully. Bale turns back. Good game management from Peixoto at the moment. Recognizing he has the lead, not trying to force anything silly, not trying to give too many opportunities to Banano. As now Bale will utilize that pace, stretch those legs on the left. Ginola. Needs a little bit of support. Will find it. Nods down, finds the shot as well! And Mo Salah will double the lead for Peixoto. It's a shake of the head for Banano. As now he really does have a big old hill to climb. We've already seen comebacks today though, so not out of the realms of possibility, of course. But Peixoto just looks so solid at the back at the moment. It's tough to see a comeback for Banano unless he changes something tactically, because he just hasn't been able to find the space that we're used to seeing him find. Currently, the E-Liga champion has the better of the E-Premier League champion. The FC Lorient man, who was able to win back just last month against Lille, walked away with a nice tidy $35,000 prize pool as well. I haven't really mentioned the prize pool of this tournament. We'll worry about that in a second. There was almost a chance for Banano. And again! This time, Hullet timed green, but Peixoto's keeper was more than prepared. Speaking of prize money, so $280,000 on the line just for this tournament alone. And of course, we get the finals in Munich. But a lot of these players, sure, they love the prize money, but it's about being the victor. Once you get to those finals in Munich and lifting that eChampions League trophy, you cement your name in the history books. Beckham plays it out wide to Thierry Henry. Jovino is at the back post at the moment. Beckham's trying to support him on the edge. Hullit's also going to be in the centre, but it's just twisting, turning. Does find Hullit, and oh my goodness gracious, where has that gone? I thought that was a surefire goal. And you can see Banano's coach with his head in his hands because he knows that that was the opportunity to get back into this game. Hullit just slicing it wide, and now maybe Peixoto can punish on the other side. Feel this game would be done if he finds a goal here. Kaka tries to ball roll it around the keeper, but Howard was quick off his line. So still life left in this one for Banano just yet. Jovino, does he have the pace? No. Llorente denies. "15 minutes left on the clock then, plus added on time, of course. And at this point, Banano probably thinking about just trying to rescue a point rather than trying to find victory. Because not only are you trying to find a point for yourself, but you're also trying to take points away from a competitor who could be there with you when trying to qualify for the automatic positions for those finals. It's a good ball through. David Ginola shifts it onto his right foot. Back onto his left now with a step over. Llorente denies. Banano needs something. Some magical moment. Thierry Henry's just got such a burst of pace about him that he can bully his way past Gareth Bale right now. Back to Beckham, into Maradona, but nothing comes of it. And with every chance that goes begging here, it's looking more likely that it'll be a Peixoto victory. Ricken dinks it through. Peixoto now just looking to eat away at this clock a little bit, but remember, the last game we had on our stream, Tex was in a similar position, 2 goals ahead. Was trying to hold on to the ball, didn't go for another goal, and we saw that he was punished for it. Maybe Banano can take a leaf out of Emry Yilmaz's book. But I have to say, with how Peixoto has defended and controlled the game, it's going to be difficult for Banano to get back into it, and it will be into the pause screen, into the tactic screen for Banano. A shrug of the shoulders as he begs the question of, what else can I do here? Does he have a plan C, a D? So it seems like plan A and B have not worked thus far. One last roll of the dice. As for Peixoto, it's just a matter of holding on. It's kind of just same as before. He's made very little mistakes as Peixoto. Really commanded the pace of the game and denied so many shooting opportunities for Banano. Very focused though. I think he knows what an important victory this would be. I mean, every game is important, but when you're coming up against another player who really could be up there when we talk about potential winners of this competition, it just feels that extra bit important. Harry Kane, fresh on the pitch, but gives the ball away. And with that, and the ball going through, and a chance now for Peixoto to put this game to bed, and there it is. 3-0. Game, set, and match. Too much of a mountain to climb now for Banano. Not enough time, and has not really shown enough to demonstrate that he has what it takes to get back into this game either. The headset's off. The frustration starts to kick in. The shake of the head, I think, tells you everything you need to know about how these final minutes are going to go in this game. Peixoto takes a commanding lead in a game that he has very much deserved to be ahead by. I think maybe the writing was on the wall just before halftime when Banano was unable to win that 1v1 chance. I mean, a goal there, and I would have said maybe there is an opportunity, but I think that is just the game summed up for Banano. 1v1 chance has gone amiss. Players slicing it wide when they've had an almost open goal. And then a header that even goes wide as well. It's just not been Banano's game. Just has to go next, though. Putting on a little display of skill moves for us in the final moments because he knows this game is over. But it has been a masterclass of display from Peixoto. Defensively incredible. Keeps a clean sheet, which is very important when you look at the games we've had so far. Goals galore, but Peixoto manages to deny Banano from even getting a single goal. Back to the drawing board for Man City Esports and the Banano team. Needs to regroup, reassess what to do next time, but was certainly denied really any chances. And when those chances did come, couldn't really take full advantage of them. I think if he looks back at that game, there were 3 opportunities. But this was the killer goal. This was what finished everything off. Confirmed final result. Peixoto 3, Banano 0. Peixoto will go to 6 points in the league table. He's going to be up there with the big boys. Let's jump back over to the mainstream and see what's going on.
Seconds away, Danny Pitbull picks up a huge win in the Champions League for Napoli.
Massive result, massive result, and you see what that means in the celebration we heard from Danny.
Was that a little fist bump from you as well, Tom? Danny Pitbull, would he?
Yeah, I mean...
That's his boy! That's his boy!
Now, yeah.
Have you got a Napoli shirt under there?
He did say, actually, if I get bored of the commentary gig, I can go and coach him. He said, Tom, you got any time? You fancy going over? Yeah, I've made a new best friend.
Hang on, what's going on over here? Is Johnny just... I mean, Johnny's already great at this moment in time, Shuri, but when he's 6 points from 6 and he's dancing in his chair and literally doing celebrations in real life, I think he's quite enjoyed himself.
He's just doing whatever he wants to do here. This is ridiculous. I really am seeing a high level from Johnny here. Like I said, guys, again, I'm going to keep forcing it into you guys. Triggering the runs, what Johnny does, it's ridiculous, because even when he doesn't play the pass, the opponent runs back with the defender and it opens up more space for Johnny, and that's something you'll see in his game all weekend.
Do you know when someone's dancing like that and singing? The word I use is flow state. He is just arrived at flow state. Anything he does, he just knows. When you play that level of confidence, I'd imagine what he's thinking now is, I don't care if I can see, because I'll go and score again, and I'm going to win this game regardless. And you just kind of go into that zone. I mean, it's a late red card. It doesn't really count for much.
He doesn't care, does it?
It doesn't matter, is it?
Doesn't count for much, but yeah, he just entered flow state. I think, has he beat Tex 5-2? Is it 5-2 and 6-2? And it's so convincing. But you even saw his 6th goal. He was running into space again.
Yeah.
He will just keep doing it, and someone's going to have to find a way to stop it. Otherwise, he's going to go straight into the top 8.
It's the important point you touch on there, Tom. When you're playing with confidence, sometimes you just accept you're going to concede, yet you're not bothered by conceding, because you know you're going to go up the other end and score.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what you're seeing right now from Johnny.
Well, what a start he's had, Johnny. Plays against the champion of the Premier League, beats Tex 5-2, goes against the champion of the Dutch League here in the Eredivisie, 6-2 win there. And he is getting closer and closer towards the knockout stages, as you can see there on that left-hand side of your screen. Players are starting to run away with it. Players are starting to be on 6 points from 6. And it's most interesting that he's playing just a few metres away from the trophy, as Mark Marley has a big roar of emotion.
That was some huge emotion from Marley. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, I haven't heard Marley shout that. Well, we see why.
5-4, Mark Marley leads for Brighton of Albion in the added time of the 90. Ginola just taking matters into his own hands.
I can't believe he didn't play Hullet in there. That was such good composure.
There is levels, because all of us are playing that, and he's just twisted and turned in the last second of the game to win it, especially after losing the first game. That is massive.
Well, if you remember last year, Shuri, that Mark Marley had late drama in the eChampions League. He loves it.
He is a man who likes late drama.
Do you want to speak about your late drama with him? A bit close, wasn't it? E-Premier League?
Send him off, ref. Send him off.
Just saying.
We drew. I was 1 point off, 1 goal off making it through.
That was the top of the group, wasn't it? And then even better, they beat me in the semi-final to get it. So I feel
you and me both, brother.
I feel your pain.
What's going on over here then? Nicholas. It's just won 8-2.
I'm not one to dob in, Brandon, but I actually would like to touch on Nicholas and Tom's prediction of Nicholas in the first game, because he's been talking all big about him. No,
what did I say? That
you said 4-1 loss. I said 5-2 win.
Yeah, against Fuma. Yeah, we're in game 2 now. Things progress quickly, Scott.
More full-time results happening across the board as well. The Belgium champion there of Genk, Bradley, winning 5-0 against Evan Ilsen of Luxembourg. Over here as well, Alian looking to pick up an important 3 points on the board against JP Slater of the E-League of Ireland. I mean, just words on Alian. Have you had the chance to ever match him yet?
I've not matched him. I think you're the same, but I've spoke to Dr. Nightwatch, and he's just telling me he's absolutely cracked out of his mind. So I'm really interested to see. I mean, we scored 7 goals here, so make that 8. On sorry, it's right on cue. You'd 8 to be Jay Slater right now.
Wow, I mean,
thing is, it just feels so similar to Anders, but I think Anders has set the bar so high with being a wonder kid. It's hard to reach that, but Alihan, from what we've heard, looks to be a player of that level. Can he be Anders' level? I don't know if anyone can, to be honest, but it's a similar kind of thing. We've known about him for a few years. I think I came across him about 3 or 4 years ago and started hearing about his online performance. You start seeing him play in all the online cups, and now he's arrived. This is his moment here. Even if he doesn't make it this time, I'm sure for next FC26 you'll be seeing him as well.
Can he move into the hashtag house maybe? Have you got spare room for him?
Yeah, we want to get rid of Shori because performance hasn't been great. So,
but I need some tips, Alihan, please. well, good news. There's plenty more games to come. Alihan picks up a huge 3 points there. The eChampions League, it rolls on as we move in to our next round, which sees Levy Finn against Leandro Peixoto coming up next.
Jesus Christ.
Juventus.
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 Maybe Juventus Stadium? I don't know the correct name.
Is it in Europe?
Yeah.
What?
I guess Lazio Stadium. It's Lazio or Roma in Rome.
Oh, this is the stadium of Lazio and Roma. I think it's called Olimpi.
Okay, this I give up already. I really don't know even this city. Let's cut this part.
Is that from Benfica?
Of course I'm gonna get it right. Smart Club, Benfica, Estádio da Luz.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
Did somebody say just eat? Did somebody say just eat?
We've just completed round 4 here at the eChampions League 2025. And listen, you can see the reactions of our casters, Brian Sheldon, Richard Buckley. What a round. What a night it's been of action. We've seen everything. We've seen celebrations from that man, Anders Vergang. We've seen goals galore. And the action is just getting started this weekend. Johnny was very successful. 2 rounds of fixtures remain here in Manchester as our players are fighting it out for a place on the flight to Munich for the finals. Now, listen, Grav, let's go back and talk about what we've seen so far. Johnny, that was convincing.
But not only this match that we've seen, the match against Tex as well. I mean, he's just playing the way he played last year in ECL. I don't know what's going on in the BBL, but it seems like when they arrive here at the Champions League, they're just cruising.
Now, Santu, you've made some bold predictions already this weekend. How are you feeling from an Italian perspective?
Bellissimo, bellissimo.
Oh, Brandon will be happy with that one.
This is great, actually. The Italians are playing really good. Danny, we just seen a lot of emotion in the previous game. And Luca Negua as well, flying absolutely, as well as Karim. So my predictions could be good.
He started off quite well. He's not as bad as Richard Buckley's predictions, because they've been shocking so far. Let's take a look at the results if you're just joining us here at the eChampions League. Listen, we're looking at that first game, and I said Johnny was absolutely fantastic, but what I want to do is I want to focus on Alian. 8-2 against JP Slater.
I mean, it was convincing because he started the match losing 1-0, and especially after losing the first round as well. Rich and I were talking about how this was a match win for him. And not only did he win, 8-2, convincingly. So it seems like now he has one more game left. And if he finishes it with a win, 6 points out of 9, I mean, it's a pretty strong result and start for him.
It is indeed. Now, our league table is starting to take shape, isn't it, Santu?
Samo is the first one.
That's why I came to you.
For goal difference, 9-2 in the last match. What a performance. And I always say that he's only 17 years old. He's absolutely flying all over the place.
I mean, also, we touched on it at the start of the show, Nicholas as well. He's started brilliantly as well. He's in the position he wants to be. Remember, there is potential. We're going to have players eliminated this weekend as well. There's a knockout phase to come. This Champions League format is absolutely amazing.
I don't know if many English-speaking people saw this, because we did the La Liga podcast after Nicolas won the title, and we asked him what he thought about the Tex Anders thing, and he said in Spanish, "I don't care about what those kids say." Ooh. He called them kids. He's now here, 6 points out of 6 points. And I'm really looking forward to that Nicolas against maybe Anders or Tex, because I feel like he has a chip over his shoulder now.
Listen, there's a lot of rivalries forming here in Manchester already. And we've spoken about this man a lot. He had a fantastic last round. He's had a good day so far. Let's see more about Johnny.
My name is Johnny. I'm 19 years old. I'm here and hopefully I can win this trophy again. Last year was a very great experience for me. It was very hard because Levy Finn and I know each other very, very well, and so the game was very hard.
3-2, Johnny leads.
But at the end, I'm very lucky with the corners, and I win 5-2 at the end. The trophy lift was very good for me and a very good experience. The one who win the trophy at the end is a very special moment in my life. I think last year I was better, more confident with my gameplay, but I think this year is also very, very good, and I can also lift the trophy at the end, so we will see what's going next. Very hard to win this trophy 2 times. Very good players here, for example, Emry, Levie. Yeah, I think it's very hard to win this trophy again, but I have the same goal as last year, so first of all to reach the top 8, and then I think I can beat everyone, and I think it's all possible.
I mean, what a start he's had, Johnny, as well. The defending eChampions League winner, 6 points from 6, 19 years of age, and he's that tall.
I didn't even know he was 19. I was thinking that's a grown man right there, but nah, 6 out of 6 points. What else can you ask for?
This is the team as well, Shells, that has been giving him the ultimate start here so far. What's impressed you most about this team? Of course, there are certain players in there, such as Zico. He's one of 5 players to only choose him. I mean, is Kaka sort of the striker that he's decided to go for? Not a David Ginola, not an Mbappe. Is that the right call he's made?
To be honest, I already know what type of man Johnny is after seeing that front four, because all of these guys have got incisive. Zero Porto, Zico, and Ricken have all got gold incisive, and Kaka's got low-driven gold and gold finesse, and I'm pretty sure he's got silver incisive, so we know what type of football he likes to play.
More importantly than that, though, Shells, Ruud Gullit. Let's talk about him if we can and find out a little bit more about him. He's in 35 of the 36 squads that are being used. It's a pricey SBC, we know that, but this is what you get sort of for the money you spend, or the millions of coins you spend on the SBC fodder to complete. Is it worth it?
Listen, it took me a while to complete this card, and when you don't have Gullit, you might think you don't need him. When you put this man into your team, you think, I have not been playing the game at all, because he is that good. And he's got all the play styles that you need: gold intercept and gold aerial, gold wing pass. He is missing incisive in a few things, but he is fantastic. A superstar FTC, and if you don't have him already, make sure you do that now, please.
Yeah, 11 different play styles in total, and you're probably thinking, well, why is Ruud Gullit so good? He's great. One, defensively, but we can see what we can do in the final third as well. If we can just check out a quick moment from his last game. It came from a corner in particular. It's the MasterCard moment of the match from our last game. Shells, talk to me about this moment here in particular, because you're thinking, OK, Ruud Gullit's in the box. He might head it in, he might flick it in. No, he does this.
So the first thing, you got Gullit in the box, you know you got to fling it in there. That's a bicycle green timed finish, by the way. And I think the main thing about having Gullit is that you've got options. You can either go for the header or you go for the bicycle. What he's done is hold L2 and green time finish. You can't really teach a green time finish, but that is fantastic from Gullit.
Is it just a case of just being really quick and knowing exactly what you want to do there?
He definitely knows his options of plays. He's either taking it short, quickly, or playing it front post. He knows where Gullit's going to be, and that's the main thing. And that one, I think he just went for far post, and it worked out.
Absolutely, that was our MasterCard moment of the match there. Ruud Gullit scoring a bicycle kick as Johnny certainly enjoyed that one with the celebrations that are coming out. He plays Karim in the next round. What a start he's had so far. But from me and Shells, that is it from the analysis desk. So over to Richard and the team to take us into our next round of action here at the eChampions League.
Yes, we certainly will be. That's what they're fighting for, the eChampions League title. But we've got to get there. We've got to get to Munich. Who's going to be topping the table at the end of play today? Only 2 matches remain in total. This will be...
All right, so the mainstream are into their game, but that means we're, of course, into our own game here on the side stream as well. We've got Bryce versus Emry Yilmaz. So we had the previous E-Liga winner in our last game, but now we have the E-Liga runner-up in Bryce. And of course, we've already seen Emry Yilmaz on our screen already today. A chance for Emry to continue his fine form and try and be at the top of those leaderboards with the impressive results that he's already had so far today. Of course, he won 4-2 against Anders Wolfgang, and then he drew 4-4 against Tex, so currently sits on 4 points. As for Bryce, he lost his last game against RVP Legend 3-1. And then lost his first game against Samagamer 6-2. So Bryce finds himself towards the bottom of the table on 0 points right now. So if he does want to find himself in those automatic qualification points, has to find a win here. Of course, there will still be a chance he could maybe sneak into the playoffs, even if he were to lose this one, going into tomorrow on the 0 point mark. Emry Yilmaz already with a chance in the early stages. Plays one across, doesn't quite find the pass though. Could be a tournament-defining game for Bryce. You really don't want to walk away from day one of the eChampions League on 0 points, but going to be several people who will be in that same boat. And the real question is, do you sync with them when Saturday comes around? Here is Bryce now, kicking from left to right in the red strip. Verts plays it back to Gullit. Ricken now should be able to get a chance. Oh, that is a golden opportunity in the opening stages of this game. Emry Yilmaz will be thanking his lucky stars, but he's given the ball away. That is a massive mistake from Emry. Unlike him. And they said it was a golden chance before. Well, that was a gift of a goal. You cannot be affording to do that in this competition. Everyone is at a standard that they will capitalize on this. You don't just walk into the eChampions League, you have to earn it from one of the feeder leagues from around the world in these partner leagues. Whether it be the E-Premier League, E-Liga, E-Divisie, La Liga, Virtual Bundesliga, E-Serie A. It goes further, E-Liga. The best of the best competing in the eChampions League. And Bryce is one of them after his incredible time in E-Liga, but Emry Yilmaz not able to convert that opportunity. Bryce holds on. You do not want to be giving Emry chances like that too often. When you've already lost 2 matches already today, I have to ask the question is, how is your confidence? Well, a gift of a goal may have been the perfect recipe for Bryce just to get himself back in form here. Oh, brilliant pass from Xavi. Kaká out to Roberto on the left. Always a threat, always a danger. Gets tripped, but doesn't matter. Still has the ball. Little player lock attempt, but it's just going to be a bit of bait. Plays it back into Ricken. Space on the left-hand side. Does find Wirtz. One more into Ricken. Can shoot. Will shoot. It's a second for Bryce. It's magical display of technique as well. Constantly finding that extra pass, that extra player. Great vision. And Emry Yilmaz just could not keep up with the passage of play. And you wouldn't believe it if I told you Bryce had already lost 2 games, right? Does not look that way so far. And Emry Yilmaz is going to have a job to do. Remember, he went 3-0 down against Tex in his previous game. And did come back to draw 4-4. So certainly isn't all doom and gloom. He's been able to do it already once. Definitely has the capability to do it again. The question is, how soon can he start that comeback? Can instead he try and find his way for a victory instead of a draw? Thierry Henry denied, but it will go to a corner. Emry plays his short corner as he has been most of the day. Tries to dink one to Hullet to the back post. Henry sadly didn't know much about that one and just heads it wide. Now, what an excellent day it's been so far in the eChampions League. This is the lay of the land and how that league table is looking. Of course, the top 8 will automatically qualify through to the round of 16. And then everyone below that, down to 24, will go into a knockout playoff phase. And if you are down in the grey area, that's the bad zone. You don't want to be there. You will be eliminated from the competition after 6 matches if you find yourself in those bottom numbers. That's where Bryce currently finds himself. But of course, it's a live table, so he would be on 3 points if things ended this way. As for Emry Yilmaz, I mean, if he were to lose this one, he'd only be on 4 points, so he would be down in that playoff area. And arguably a player of his standard, I'm sure he would be expecting to be a little bit further up on those live leaderboards. Here's Maradona. Tries to hit it. Henry will follow up, but I think that's going to be offside, and it will be pulled back by the referee. Emry Yilmaz, who after the first 2 games was sat in 8th place in one of those automatic qualification spots. The only player in the top 8 who had not won both games. He, of course, had won 1 and drawn 1. Will drop very far down those leaderboards if he doesn't win this one, because everyone's going to start to catch him. And actually, Bryce has a chance now to make it 3. A little dink. Not quite enough. And what a cancellation by Emry Yilmaz, by the way, there. Was trying to clear it. Cancels the animation to ensure that it goes out for a goal kick. And no tomfoolery was had where he accidentally miskicks it into his opponent's possession. So Emry Yilmaz still showing his class, even in the strangest of moments. Here's Thierry Henry. Goes for it, off the woodwork. Was so close there. I think it caught Bryce off guard, caught me off guard, for goodness sake. Perhaps if it had have been timed green, it could have been a different story. Something for Bryce to keep an eye on, though. He also has to keep an eye on Maradona with those turns. Winning it back now is Yilmaz, starting to apply a little bit more pressure. Thierry Henry again, this time. Plays it to Maradona, back to Henry! Wonderful. That is the caliber of player that we're dealing with Emry Yilmaz, excuse me. Great vision. Easy tiki-taka football, and the goalkeeper was in no man's land in the end. Bryce had just shifted that goalkeeper, maybe expecting the initial shot to be a cross goal. It was an easy finish in the end. And just like that, Emry Yilmaz back in the game. 2-1 now. Thierry Henry gets on the scorecard. 15 minutes left in this first half. Llorente just about onside. Bullet has support from Wirtz. Kaká now through. Yaps down though. Too much of a presence in the box and doesn't allow the chance to happen. Emry Yilmaz does look very dangerous on the attack each time. It's going to be so difficult for Bryce to hold him at just one goal, it has to be said. So really, you have to try and outscore him. Here's Mo Salah. Does time it green, but Buffon quick off his line. If you're to beat Yilmaz, I think Tex would have learnt this lesson as well. You need to be putting away multiple goals to take a 3 to 4 goal lead, really, in the latter stages. Otherwise, he's always going to be within a chance if he's in touching distance of you. Player lock switch to Thierry Henry. Plays one extra. Thuram denies. Just about forces his way out of danger as well. It's not like Bryce looks uncomfortable going forward, though, so Emry Yilmaz does have to be mindful of that. Here's Ricken. Tries to strike it. Arguably could have done a little bit better there, has to be said. Maybe he'd hoped that the defender would have just shifted back to stop the pass. Sometimes you have to think 2 steps ahead. FC does play a little bit like chess sometimes. Think ahead of your opponent. Think what they might do. Henry gets the ball. Does he have the pace? The answer's yes, but Buffon quick off his line. I think that because Henry was wrestling shoulder to shoulder with the defender, he couldn't really get a shot away. Just allowed the goalkeeper to come off the line and deny it from Bryce. Can he hold on to this lead going into half-time? Arguably should be 1-1 if Yilmaz hadn't have given away the free goal. Here's David Ginola, but runs it out of play. That's a frustrating one for Emre. It is worth noting that Bryce did lose to 2 players who are currently 2-0 right now in that top 8. RVP legend and Samu Gamer. Actually, Samu Gamer 6-2 against Bryce and 8-0 against Karai. 2 of the most dominating victories that we've seen so far. And boy, does Bryce need the points here. As for Emry Yilmaz, I mean, it's not like he's had an easy road either. Vergang beats him 4-2, then has to play Tex 4-4. But again, there is no easy road in this competition. Every competitor, realistically, is at their very best in terms of form. That's why they're here at this competition, as the halftime whistle will blow. And it is going to be a 2-1 lead to Bryce. But Emry Yilmaz is definitely in this one. Despite an early mistake to give Bryce the lead, at least getting that 1 goal on the board means that he is within touching distance here. And Bryce, I'm sure, is going to be a bit nervous going into this next 45, especially considering how important this game is for his chances of reaching qualification. Remember, only 6 matches are played in these league stages. You do not play against everyone. It's not a round robin. And if you go into tomorrow's competition at 0-3, your back is well and truly against the wall, and your chances of finishing in the top 8 for automatic qualification probably out the window, and you're looking at playoffs. At 1-2, maybe a small chance. back underway then, and here is Cafu to lead things for Emry. Into Thierry Henry, and manages to just about slot it in, and I think that one may have caught Bryce off guard. Impressive to get that one away from your feet, really. Right off the rip of the second half, and we're suddenly all square. Emry Yilmaz back in. We can look at a replay of this one. Thierry Henry. Oh, he just steals the ball away. Maybe Bryce could have turned to his right. Played it a little more safe. Went for a risky pass, so somewhat repays the favour that Emry Yilmaz gave him in the early stages of a free goal. But again, it's a wayward pass intercepted. And now Emry Yilmaz seems to be in the ascendancy here, but Bryce does retrieve it. Again, plays it across goal. And again, giving the ball away. Emry Yilmaz has to take advantage of this, surely, and will do with Maradona. Just like that, in a matter of moments, Emry Yilmaz now takes the lead and shows his class. And shows why he is a previous eChampions League winner. As for Bryce, those live standings are going to look very different now with him losing that lead. Back to 0 points, back down to the bottom of the table. And again, it's just giving the ball away, and you cannot allow Emry Yilmaz to have these chances. Time and time again, he will put them to bed. One of the best in front of goal in this entire competition is Emry. And now this is going to be the true test for Bryce, the first time he's behind in this game. Does he get back into it, or is this where Emry now starts to run away with things? Is he going to be able to play with a little bit more fluidity? Almost finds that ball to Thierry Henry. I feel nervous every time Bryce is on the ball now. Gives it away again. A lot of pressure from Emry. A chance to maybe double up, make it a 4-2 lead. Times it red, gets a second chance. That's a chance that goes begging. Emry should have done better with that one. Again, wins the ball back, though. What is going on for Bryce right now? Needs to lock in. He's given Emry far too many opportunities. Dinks it. Here's Stam! Off the woodwork. Close but no cigar. I think Bryce might be counting his lucky stars. Could be down about 5-2 at this point. Just needs to slow this one down a little bit. Recognise there's plenty of time left in this fixture. Fires one into Kaka. Out wide to Gareth Bale now. Back into Ricken. There is a through ball there. Stam denies, though. Great defence from Emry. Lorente just puts that one out for a throw-in. Possession again for Bryce. Roberto and Bale working together in tandem on this left-hand side. Player lock switch diverts. Wants to find Hullet, I feel. Does find Hullet. Fires one extra to Kaka, but again, Stam is the man in the place at the right time. Here's Hullet, though. Denied by Yashin. Gets up early. And denied any sort of heading opportunity. Right on the other side now, though. Emry Yilmaz breaking. 1-2 between Ginola and Xavi. Now Mo Salah. Onto his right foot. Left foot, though, off the post again. But Maradona follows up. He's not missing that one from there. And Emry Yilmaz now takes a commanding lead after being 2 goals down. Finds himself 4-2 up here. You can see the questions from Bryce to his coach saying, you know what am I supposed to do? It just feels like I'm under so much pressure here. It was a whirlwind of a start for Bryce. But now you feel momentum heavily in the favour of Emry. And with the amount of experience on the shoulders of this young man, you're almost expecting it to turn and conclude as a victory for Emry, which would put him up to 7 points and again keep him within that top 8 and keep him chasing those who are currently undefeated. Well, technically, sorry, Emry is undefeated, but keep him chasing those who have won all of their games. There is the visuals just for clarification. Emry would be in joint 4th position as things stands, but Samu Gamer, Nicholas, Johnny, all on 9 points. As current results are coming in. Salah tries to strike, denied by Buffon. See the knockout phase as well. Most people on 6 to 3 points. But Bryce, you briefly saw it, down very much at the bottom of the table. And of course, when we get to tomorrow, we'll be able to mathematically start to automatically put people through into at least the playoffs. And then eventually, by the end of Saturday, we all know the guaranteed people that will be going through to the top 16, and for those that will be moving through to playoffs. It's going to be a long old road. It's going to be a long old Saturday for some players, and Bryce especially. It's going to be a restless night if you are 0-3. A restless night in Manchester sounds like a song. Maybe it would have been sung by the Beatles, but now here's Hullet. David Ginola maybe can find a threaded ball through, but that's going to be denied quickly. What does Bryce have left in the tank? What changes can he make to really get back into this game? You can see he's queued up a pause again. Clearly not happy with something or wants to make another change here. Get a brief look at his formation there. Looks like he was playing the 4-4-1-1. Unless my eyes deceived me, which, you know, they can sometimes. What a day it's been so far, though, at the eChampions League. Appreciate anyone who has tuned into the stream to follow, I'm sure, their favourite players. And a big thank you to all those involved to make sure this stream happens so that we can get more eyes on more games, because that's what we want in FC Esports, to be honest. More of these games being able to be watched by their fans and family. And friends. Maybe enemies. Here's Maradona into Emry. Denied and quickly shifted the pace of play in favour of Bryce, but he can't quite get that ball over the top. And then with every passage of play that gets denied by Emry Yilmaz, he just has the chance to hold on to that ball some more. But Emry will know he was in this position against Tex when he was 4-2 down, and he was able to find 2 late goals to steal a point away. So he knows it's possible. So maybe he wants to try and find a 5th here, and it could actually come from Emry. Went for the player lock and tried to just find Ginola, actually, I think, in a position. Speaking of player lock, onto Wirtz for Bryce. Switches over now to Kaka. There is a ball there to be through, but doesn't opt to play it. Instead holds on to it with Kaka. Almost trying to bait out. Kaka burst through! Can't get the shot away, though. Thought that was going to be the moment for Bryce to send us to an emphatic finish here. Makes the run. Shinola's onside here. Does break away. Anyone in the middle that can find it? The answer's no. It's good defense from Emry Yilmaz, from Bryce, excuse me. Now here is Bryce. Mo Salah. Do you go for a finesse? Do you try and play it through? Does find Wirtz. Denied again. He gets me excited, does Bryce. Starts to wind up these shots. Sadly unable to let them fly. Is doing well at winning the ball back, though. 10 minutes left as I say that. He gives it away because the commentator. Now Mo Salah. A chance to put this game to bed, maybe. Plays it across. Easy as you like. Headsets off. I think that is the FC way of resigning from this game. A visual rage quit, as it were, but of course, he will stay in this game. He will still try, but it's Thierry Henry who pokes the 5th goal in for Emry. From 2-0 down to 5-2 up. Will we be saying Emry Yilmaz's name throughout the entirety of this tournament, all the way to the finals in Munich? He's certainly in good stead right now. Still will be unbeaten after this one if he holds on to this victory, which is looking likely. When the headset comes off, I mean, I feel like you've mentally retired from the game. It's a shame for Bryce after such a positive start. Was given that opening goal for free, then doubled up, and he was looking good. You can see the frustration on his player cam, as Emry Yilmaz now will just try and add to that frustration, hold on to the ball, and look to try and maybe rub a little bit of salt in those wounds. Emry Yilmaz will walk away from this game on 7 points, still unbeaten. Of course, that draw with Tex means he does fall slightly off the front runners, but not by much, as that's going to be a penalty. I said about rubbing salt in the wounds. Well, maybe this is going to be 6. Hullet steps up, tucks it away nicely, and it's going to be putting Bryce to bed here. And he will be sending Bryce to bed tonight. 0-3 his record. Whereas Emry Yilmaz will be 2-1-0. 2 wins, 1 draw, no losses. Fantastic Friday for him, especially when you look at the players he's had to go up against. I mean, I know I've said it already that every competitor here is very much deserving of their position, but there are certainly some historic names in this competition, Emry being one of them as a previous eChampions League winner. ...2023 was his year. How will 2025 fare? He's already won the Liga's Cup. Came top 4 of the Liga's finals as well. The FC Pro Championship last year. He only finished top 8, got to the quarterfinals. I say only. Still an incredible feat. But can he return to that former glory of lifting the eChampions League? He's certainly shown signs of it, whether it's coming back from deficits or holding on to leads or dominating the composition. Emry Yilmaz just has a little bit of everything, it would seem. Maybe he can put on a show and find a 7th for us here. We'll get the opportunity. Here's Thierry Henry. Denied by Mendes. Well, it wins it back, though. Oh, beautiful. Is brought down, but it is not going to matter. Does get a second chance. He's trying to find a 7th. 3 minutes added on time, so Bryce can maybe try and get a consolation, but it looks like that's going to be the final whistle then. Emry Yilmaz went 2-0 down, but converts it into a 6-2 victory. That is championship form if I've ever seen it. I know it's early days right now, but Emry Yilmaz would certainly be up there with potential picks to win this entire thing. As for Bryce, back to the drawing board. 0-3 for the day. This was the chance that really kind of buried this game. Maradona able to convert after it hits the post. So Bryce a lot to do tomorrow, whereas Emry Yilmaz is going to be very much up there with the race in the top qualification spots. Final result, Emry Yilmaz 6, Bryce 2. Let's jump back to the mainstream, see what's going on.
Times to come in. Nicholas was cruising. Ryan, Emry Yilmaz winning. All the favourites, for the most part, doing what they need to do. As Johnny's 5-1 up here.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, a lot of the favourites. You could argue probably the closest contested game on paper would have been between Young and Cristobal. Cristobal winning that, but Fuma losing by that margin is
3-2.
Yeah,
He had that chance to go 3-3, and the game's unravelled, guys, from there.
Yeah, that's a tough one for him. I think no one anticipated the trajectory that we're seeing from Fuma today. But again, we have a whole nother day of competition. We'll see if he has enough time to bring it back.
It's got to be 9 points for Fuma to have a chance at getting in that top 24 range. I think 9 points would do that.
I think it does it. I think it does it. Obviously,
2 wins, 6 points. Would that get him like 23rd, 24th?
You're dependent on the other results. You kind of need draws. You need draws to start to happen between the players that in and amongst your position on the table as well. This game.
The problem is though, if you finish on, I don't know, say 7 points, 2 wins and a draw tomorrow, and you go into that playoff round,
you're playing it
at 21st, 22nd seed.
Yeah.
Look at what happened in the real life Champions League.
Yeah.
You get some unbelievable first round matchups, and there's a real incentive for the players on the left side there, Johnny, Nicholas and Samu, who have picked up 9 points today, to come back and replicate tomorrow. Because if you're in that top 8, you're guaranteed a guaranteed top 16 at the eChampions League this year, and you're one qualifying match away from making Munich. As Johnny just let this game slip away in the end, but it was already finished case.
Yeah, no, he absolutely demolished throughout the entire game. Smiles the entire time. I've really enjoyed watching Johnny all day today. Such a calm, cool, collected player. As we see the final moments here between RVP and Nicholas. Nicholas cruising through this one as well.
+1, 8 goals.
You tell me, Rich. I don't know what's going on, but
there you go. Nicholas wins 5-3 in the end against RVP legend, as Johnny's game is a full-time result, and the current defending ECL champion is simply all smiles. A perfect day on day one for VfL Bochum and Johnny. Let's see if his virtual Bundesliga rival Anders Vergang can pick up maximum points. In his last game, he takes on Kosu.
There are 2 players from this league here at the eChampions League.
I'm the reigning champion of this league.
1904, la 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 la, la 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 la.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
Did somebody say justice? Did somebody say justice?
Welcome back to the eChampions League 2025. We are into the last round of fixtures. It's been a good day. We've still got one more day of group competition to go, but things are starting to shape up. We saw Johnny, we saw the scenes from him, Levy Finn as well. We've got Anders Vergang up next, amongst others. Tex, who probably needs a win too. I am joined right here at the front. You know what? This is a producer masterclass, by the way, because I can sense a little bit of tension between the two.
Always.
Ryan and Tom, listen, let's talk about this. The eChampions League, the brand new format. There's so many games going on, so much happening. I'm going to come to you first. Of course I am, because you're still hurting, aren't you, as a professional player? That chance by Fuma.
The thing is, I love Fuma as well. I've got so much respect for the way he plays. Nice guy. Watch him lose like that is bad. But I think for the players, they'll love the format as well, because you get a lot of time to find your groove. Like you get 6 games over a group thing. If you're out, it's because you're not good enough. There's no excuses. There's no, oh, I got a bit unlucky here. Over 6 games, you'll find the best players to go through. And the top players get rewarded for a good performance, because if you're Nicholas or Johnny or Samu, you're thinking, yeah, I'm playing this well and I deserve to go straight
100%.
through.
Yep. How many points are we looking at to get through, do you think? We've obviously got another day of action tomorrow to get into the knockouts.
I would say 7. Is 7? I feel like 7's a bit of a threshold where you kind of would expect to go through. In terms of just because I'm talking about 24th at the rock bottom. It could come down to goal difference then as well.
I think it will. I think that you'll see people tied on points.
Yeah, 100%.
This is going to be absolutely sensational weekend. I absolutely love this format. I keep saying it. Emry Yilmaz is enjoying his FC, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he's a machine. I mean, he's the same Emry we see all the time. He's so consistent and really enjoyable to watch. He's just, look, no reaction. Yeah, that's me doing my job.
Easy.
Give me a spud, I'll get back on with it and I'll do it again. He's so good. And always a joy to watch.
And on the other side as well, Ryan, we're looking at the goal in this game. I mean, this man and this club as a whole, RB Leipzig, the work they are doing, they are absolutely different class. And this man's just won the Bundesliga as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Levy Finn high flying against LJR, who is one of the best players in this competition, on a good reign of form as well. Johnny starting today extremely well, reigning champion, of course, against Karim Isbak, who is no easy opponent to beat as well.
Yeah, he's had a good day as well himself, actually, Karim. He's had moments, he's well within a chance. I mean, if you're just joining us, so you're wondering how things are looking, here it is for you. The league table right now. Shells was absolutely raving about the man who's in first position. He's in there on goal difference, but him and Nicholas, Tom, have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, deserve all the plaudits they're getting, really. I mean, Samu, because Nicholas and Johnny are such big names, especially in the eChampions League. Samu's come out of nowhere, young. I think he's only 17, if I'm right. And it's the way he's playing. I promise you need to see some of the goals he's scoring. They're not just basics. These are passing moves that are killing his opponent. So, yeah, given the other names, I also want to give massive credit to Levy Finn. I feel like sometimes he goes under the radar.
I say this all the time.
His teammate is Anders. Like, you can't, it's hard to upstage him, but he's actually playing really, really well. And he deserves to be there.
I mean, it's funny you guys say that, because speaking of the devil, he's actually with Casey right now, and I'm sure she's about to give him many plaudits.
Yes, of course. What a day the man right here has had, Levy Finn. Obviously, he made it to the final last year, and so he has his eyes on the prize. But talk to me. You said earlier your goal was 4 points. You're on 7, so how good does that feel?
Yeah, I feel amazing. I'm really proud that I can show my level against 3 really good players. The first game was against Alian, then Levy, and then AJR Pike Shoto. As you said, my goal for the day was to get 4 points. Now I have 7. I'm just happy, and I want to show my level tomorrow again.
Now, really, your only difficult task of the day that you had was against Levy Devid. That was very end-to-hand. I was watching that one over on the B stream, but I felt like you could have definitely won that one.
I also think that as you said, that I could have won that, but I also talked with Levy directly after the game. He had also some chances. He's one of the best players over the last few years. So after the result, I get the 1 point that I was okay. It's fine against him, I think.
Well, now you can sit back and relax because that was your last game of the day. But what does this time look like between now and tomorrow? Because tomorrow you have to run it back again.
Yeah, true. I think I will just watch the last games, and then I do nothing special, to be honest. I just want to show my level tomorrow again, and then I'm happy.
Well, you've impressed all of us. Ryan said earlier that he's not going to count you out anymore, so hopefully everyone else knows that you're here and ready to come for this trophy. But I believe that Rich and Tom are waiting over at the analysis desk. Let's see what they're up to.
Tom? Well, Tom? I mean, surely your 2 favourite polo wearers in Manchester this evening. We've seen some great goals today. We've seen some great moments. Highlights of the day so far. Samu Gamer, 9 out of 9.
He has just been absolutely lights out. And then, of course, your favourite man, Nicholas.
Yeah, predicted him to not do very well. And he's made me look silly, hasn't he? I tell you what, there's been some great moments, and I've picked out a few of my favourites for ECL Showtime. It's brought to you by Pepsi, and I tell you what, it's just the goals, the highlights, and more than anything, the things that have made me really, really smile. ECL Showtime, presented by Pepsi. Let's crack on with it, Shori.
Bringing us the absolute greatness. Well, we see this instantly. Oh, yes.
Yeah, you remember
that? He knows the low drivens.
He knows the low driven.
He knows the low drivens.
This was a lovely far-out Travella from Alihan against JP Slater. And then Hullet, bicycle kick. This was the best moment for me. Bang! Oh! And
that goes
you see the reaction.
Taking the absolute mick.
You see the reaction. We didn't know what to do. I'll be honest, we really, really didn't know what to do. Happy with those?
Some absolutely amazing plays. We're only going to see more as the ECL goes on, let's be honest with ourselves.
There you go. That was ECL Showtime, brought to you by Pepsi. You off to the B stream?
Yes, I believe so.
You're off to the B stream.
I'm off to the barbecue, apparently, or to be a bouncer.
We're going to lock in for this final game of the day. Let's head over to your commentators to bring you one final round of day one here of your eChampions League.
Thank you very much, gents. I mean, look, if Anders Vergang is to do that in his last...
Well, here we go. Fantastic polo shirts, I will say, from Richard and Shori. But here we are, the last match then of the day. We've got Mark Marley against Aliha. And it is going to be the Wonder Kid, the 16-year-old, who has kind of burst onto the scene. And now you've got an amazing opportunity on the biggest stage. So far, Mark Marley is a little bit lower down on the leaderboards. Sadly, has not been able to have as good of a day as others. He's currently 1-1. And on the other side, Aliha, a little bit further up, but is on the same score line difference. Both players 1-1, lost 1, but somehow separated by 10 placements on the league table, and that's just how close it is, and it can just come down to goal difference and other tie-breaking scenarios. So, Mark Marley will be kicking from left to right, and Ali from right to left here. In what could be another one of those games that just sets you up nicely for tomorrow. Maybe keep your chances of automatic qualification for that top 16 still alive. Here's Hullet maybe trying to hit it. You heard the desk kind of having a conversation about what that magic number might be to guarantee yourself at least playoffs, and I think it may be around 7. Of course, it all changes depending on how many draws happen around the grounds, as Mbappe tried to get a shot away. Now Mark Marley has the ball. These players have never faced up against each other in official FC competition before. There's the league table that I was mentioning, by the way. And you have to go all the way down to start to find Marley and Ali. Both on 4 points, excuse me. So yeah, 1 win, 1 draw. So both unbeaten. My mistake, I misread the 1-0-1. That means they're both in a really good spot, and there's a better spot from Mbappe, the spot being the back of the net. Ali takes the lead. Coached by Dr. Nightwatch as well. A man who has coached many a player to victory and knows the scene and the game inside out. You can always be confident when he's sat behind you. It's a perfect start, really, for Ali. The winner of this game will find themselves on 7 points, and they'll be right up there in contention for that top 8. Marley, of course, representing Brighton, finished runners-up twice in recent years in the E-Premier League. Back-to-back got to that final, but just couldn't get over the finish line against Man City, of course. Can you get back into this game? Mendes wins the ball back. Thierry Henry has runners alongside him. David Ginola was one of them, but he gets shoved off the ball. It's the first time I've seen Mbappe on the pitch today. Sometimes Mbappe in almost every roster, but not the case today. Here's Hullet. Here is Mbappe, and oh, it's timed green. It's just gone wide, and what an opportunity that was to take a 2-goal lead here. By the way, to give you exact, Mbappe's only been picked 3 times across the 36. Only an 8% pick rate. Hasn't been as popular as usual as Salah tries to just put it near post, but good save from Buffon. From the corner now, though. Oh, it actually goes across goal. Hooked away by Yapstam. And Ali Hanlian just holding on and escaping potentially an equaliser there from Mark Marley. Now he can break. Actually, Henry trying to find a way. That might be offside. And yes, it is going to be offside. Marley did well to track that run initially with the defender, but then just pull him back. So that it was a difficult pass, and really the only way it was going to get there if he was offside. And now on the flip side, start to move forward with Rivaldo. Does cross one in, and it's timed green with the header as well. A great cross. I think it was David Ginola in the end who got his head on it. And Marley finds his equaliser. There's a replay of it. Rivaldo, ball roll onto the one side, and then just nodded in by Ginola. Able to get one better over Yapstam. Mark Marley celebrates, but also eagerly discusses with his coach about where they go from here. Maybe finding a couple of weaknesses in the defence of Ali Hanlian. Now Ricken. Can't get past Maldini. And a chance for Mark Marley to build once again. Mark Marley, a household name in FC Esports now. I remember when he first came onto the scene, and it was the E-Premier League that really he made his name for himself. He's been competing ever since. It was all the way back 2019, 2020 when the E-Premier League first came into fruition, as he now has a chance to take a lead here. Goes for a corner, though. It was the 2020 E-Premier League finals where Mark Marley also finished runner-up. And it was actually against Tom, who's on the broadcast today. He's been a popular pick throughout E-Premier League clubs because he always seems to bring home success. And thus finds himself often in the eChampions League, whether it be through qualifiers or through his performance in the E-Premier League. And now he has a chance to take a lead again, but it is going to be offside. And even in the kind of Club World Cups that happened as well a few years ago, Mark Marley was always up there in the latter stages of the competition. But it really has been the E-Premier League where he truly has shined bright. Can he shine bright enough to take down Ali Hanlian here? Mbappe gets bullied off the ball by Ruud Gullit. A nice over-the-top through ball as well to Thierry Henry. He is going to be matched for pace here, so instead just shifts onto the right foot. Takes the shot, but it is not timed green. And just goes slightly wayward. Thierry Henry featuring in 50% of the teams this tournament. There's another live look at how these scores are going and how that live table looks. So Mark Marley on 4 points, as is Ali. So I'm going to correct myself again. I was initially right. They had 1-1 and lost 1, and now they're drawing 1. We got there in the end, folks. Don't you worry. So the winner of this one would be on 6 points, just for confirmation. And you can see where 6 points would take you. Right now, there are a couple of 6-pointers right up in the round of 16 qualification spot. So it would be a perfect place to finish. Well, not perfect, but a good place to finish after Friday's competition. There are going to be several players on 9 points going into tomorrow and arguably maybe have already qualified for at least the playoff stages. It's that grey area, the eliminated zone, the danger zone. Players down at Rescende, still on 0 points. A big surprise for me. He's going to have a hard job on Saturday to fight his way back into the competition. Young on 1 point as well. That one's a surprising name, especially considering his success in the Esports World Cup last year. It's been a back and forth in this game. No real chances in the last 10 minutes or so as we close in on the end of the first half. Maybe Mark Marley can change that. Steaming forward in the Brighton kit here. Plays one into Thierry Henry. You could see he tried to queue up that shot, but Mendes was there to deny. Quick hustle to try and win the ball back from Marley, but not going to be good enough, and now actually opens up space for the counter-attack. Here's Mbappe. Does somehow find Thierry Henry. It's a bit fortunate as he twists on the ball. Ricken somehow breaks through here and has an opportunity and will find the net. Regains the lead just before halftime. Frustration for Mark Marley, but it was just the ease of which he beat that final man. And then with the goalkeeper movement, the finish was inevitable, really. Mark guessed that the ball was going to be going across goal, and even Jose Mourinho likes that one. So Ricken onto the score sheet, and a 2-1 lead now for Ali. Which will put him up onto 6 points. Maybe one more opportunity before the half for Marley to find an equaliser. Just so he doesn't have to shake things up too much going into the half. Remember, he crossed it last time with Rivaldo and found the head of Ginola, but this time he opts to go on the floor. Step over! Oh, it's beautiful until the shot. He thought that was going to be it for Mark Marley to find the equaliser. Maybe he did as well. Didn't time it green. Just misses the target. Maybe nerves getting to him a little bit. Mendes will win the foot race. But Thierry Henry now has the ball. Hullet plays it in to Kylian Mbappe. Fake shot shifts back onto the right. That one's timed green. That one finds the top corner. And that one will put Ali in a 2-goal lead. 3-1 now before we get to half-time. "16 years old, may I add. The Bulgarian maybe is the new name on the tip of your tongue when you think about wonder kids entering the FC scene. The halftime whistle is blown. 3-1 to Ali. A lot to do for Mark Marley. And again, Coach Nightwatch just having a chat. A 16-year-old young man. Born in 2008. Makes me feel old, I have to say. But that's what happens in FC Esports. The youngsters, they come through. They just have something about them. I mean, I already mentioned it right at the start of the broadcast today. We had a player like Tex, for example, who showed us just what you can do if you are a young, thriving player willing to learn. We can take a look back at some of the replays from that game as well. And just that touch from Ricken. I think Mark Marley was a bit frustrated about it. But then this one maybe even more frustrated. But look at this turn. Opened up so much space. Timed it green. Easy as you like. Remember, a loss here for either of these players will put them down kind of around that dangerous area, only on 3 points after 3 matches. Whereas a victory puts you on to 6 points, which you take, 2 wins from 3. If you can do that again tomorrow, you'll be more than safe into the playoffs and, maybe even a chance of getting into automatics with 4 wins, depending on the results that happen elsewhere. I'm sure the desk will start to try and figure out more of that magic number when they get back to it. Now Ali trying to find a 4th goal here. Marley gives it away. Thierry Henry into Kylian Mbappe. Ricken, who's already found one. Mbappe, who's already found one, but Ricken might get another one. It's timed green. Second bite of the cherry, perhaps. It's very messy in the box. Marley just about holds on. Now he actually has a chance to break. Salah plays it into David Ginola. Ball taken away from him, and will be a goal kick. And you can see, even with a win here, Ali finds himself on 6 points. And he would force himself up into those automatic playoff positions, or automatic last 16 positions, excuse me, but it's going to be so tight. There's going to be about 10 different players all on 6 points. And again, look how close it is for Mark Marley on 3 points. He'd be down there in 27th position. 5 players on 3 points, and even those who had the awful day today of 0 and 3 are only 1 win away from catching you up. I mean, incredible, really. 16-year-old, your first ever eChampions League. And you might walk away from the first day of competition within those round of 16 qualification spots. Certainly would sleep a lot easier if you're up there. Might be a rough sleep if you're down at the bottom. Well, now playing it to Kylian Mbappe. Maldini denies, and Marley needs to find something here. Bring a bit of life to this game, because at the moment, well, as I say that, this could be it. This could be the life he needs. Salah on his right foot. It's never going to be easy. Does get a corner, though. Unable to capitalise, and was that the chance for Marley to get back into this game? I feel like maybe he was in between 2 minds of playing the ball across or trying to shoot. I mean, I've seen Salah score them even on his left foot. The items are good enough now that it doesn't really matter too much. The right-hand side is the target again. Here's Salah. Player lock switch. Oh, my. Mark Marley has had chances. Just has not been able to convert them. That one going wayward. Might be the best opportunity he gets to get back into this game, to be honest. He had 2 chances. Could have been 3-3. I thought maybe Ali was going to punish him on the other side, but Mark Marley still leading the charge. Still trying to get back into this one. Lofts it in. Again, trying to find the head of David Ginola. But he will pause it. And it looks to some advice, maybe from the coach, of changes to be making. Let's get some fresh legs on. I've been mentioning to you guys some of the most picked players throughout this tournament. Hullet being the number 1, 35 appearances out of 36. Xavi at 29 appearances and 80% pick rate. Gianluigi Buffon, actually, popping up a lot, 24 with a 66%, as well as Llorente, 66% pick rate as well. So, I mean, plenty of different players, they were up for selection. That's what I always love about these tournaments, is just seeing where those preferences lie, how these people and players do those drafts. And what's crazy for me is seeing only one Patrick Vieira. Historically, Vieira is always a staple, but of course, with the items that are available now, he's just not quite up there compared to some others that are competing. And you also have to think about your budget and how much you're spending and where you want to be prioritizing that draft money as well. You can see in the background of Ali's camera the commentators of the main stream, of course, following different games. You have 3 streams happening for the eChampions League. Great to have this much coverage of the competition. As we are back into it now, Marley has made his changes. Will they make the difference? Or can Ali punish him on the counter-attack here? Emry is through the middle. Can he get hold of it? Yes, he can. A chance to get a 4th. Just wide. That would have been the game for me, I feel. A 3-goal lead with only 25 minutes left. But now Marley is still very much in this game. And now he's definitely back in. An absolute banger from distance. Trevella finds the top corner, times it green. And Mark Marley puts himself within 1. It's a beautiful shot. He was presented with the space with Ginola, and it's David Ginola again. You can see at the bottom of your screen as well, current live score lines. Tech's currently winning 3-2. He probably needed that one. You can see that puts him onto 4 points, so puts him within those playoff positions. Oh, Thierry Henry! Times it green, gets another chance here, but denied. Thuram plays it out. Suddenly this game bursts to life. Big run being made, denied by Stam. You can see the top of the leaderboard starting to change as well, as now goals going in to find draws as Hullet can't beat Maldini. But remember, there were 4 players on 9 points earlier. Now suddenly there's 3 players on 7. And that can change things with the qualification spots coming into tomorrow, as Thierry Henry again somehow still has that ball, finds Rick and turns, should be able to get a chance, will do! And it's again a 2-goal lead reinstated by Ali. Marley can only laugh. And I think we know it's more of a nervous laugh, a bit of a frustrated laugh coming through as well. But Rickon absolutely buries that one. I mean, Marley moved the goalkeeper the correct way, but the shot was too precise. Can Ali hold on now to this 2-goal lead and walk away into Saturday with 6 points? As a reminder, 6 matches are played here in the league table. And after today, every player would have played 3. Chance for Marley, though. Salah. Back to David Ginola. One more shot! Oh, it's tough to see. The goalkeeper had moved as well. It was a wide open goal. Just could not get the shot away. Here's Emry. Rivaldo now. Fake shot just to get away from it. Emry should get the shot away. Plays one more, though. Did he need to? Emry perhaps had that opportunity, but Mark Marley opted to play the extra ball and was punished for it. And now can be punished on the other end. Plays it in. Great shot, but it's a good save by Yashin. A great shot, but a better save. Oh, Mbappe! It's a bicycle kick to probably secure this game. Marley looks to his coach and asks, well, what can I do about that? Get that one on the highlight reel. Loaded up for Pepsi. We've already seen some of the highlights today, but that one's going to be up there. Kylian Mbappe, overhead kick. And probably securing the 3 points here for Ali. It's 5-2 now. Is there just too much to do in too little time for Mark Marley? And it looks like Ali is going to be sitting comfortably there in the round of 16 position going into Saturday. But of course, 3 matches still to be played. Whereas for Mark Marley, he's going to be down in that danger zone. And you look at some of the names up there. I mean, Samu Gamer has been excellent today. Nicholas, one of the greatest to ever do it in FC. 9 points as well. Down in the lower end of the table, Mark Marley will now be in 28th position as it stands. On the same kind of playing field as those who have gone 0 and 3 today. On the brink of elimination, but still with time to do it tomorrow to save his chances of getting into playoffs. But very unlikely to get automatic qualification to the round of 16, has to be said. It might even be impossible at this point. Here's Xavi. Ginola now with a chance maybe to get one back, but again it's saved. And Mark Marley just not has been able to find Lady Luck today. Well, certainly not in this game anyway. Rivaldo. Turns, does find a breakthrough, and does find a goal. There's one back. But is there enough time? Might just be a little bit too late for Mark Marley. It's a well-fought goal and good patience from him to be able to turn quickly and recognise when that space was available and drive into it and take the shot. But for Ali now, I think that the clock's going to be on his side and he can probably just think about withholding that ball away from Marley. Excellent games, though, we've had so far today at the eChampions League, has to be said. I am blessed with the matches we've been able to watch on this stream. And I'm sure they've been just as good, if not better, on the main stream. You can see Anders Vergang on the TV behind celebrating, or maybe actually he looks quite angry. Sometimes hard to tell the difference with Anders. Always very animated, but of course we'll continue to focus on our matchup here. Remember, twitch.tv/EA Sports FC if you want to be watching what's happening on the main stream. Maybe you've got all the streams up. Good on you. You must be a massive FC esports fan. And I don't blame you, because some of these games have been so entertaining. We've had some last-minute drama. Emry Yilmaz finding an equaliser against Tex with a penalty. We, of course, saw a pretty one-sided affair as well. Shoto being able to win that one 3-0 and holding a clean sheet, so a different display of form in that one. And now we're seeing the 16-year-old wonder kid Ali holding a lead here going into the final moments in the final match of today. And if he does hold on to it, he will walk into Saturday currently holding an automatic qualification spot. But still, 5 minutes to play plus added on time. It is not quite out of the realms of possibility for Mark Marley just yet. A goal here, though, would really just finish things off. Again, updates on that left-hand side. You can see Resende's been able to find goals to put himself on 3 points. If he was on 0, I would have been very surprised with the player of the caliber of Rescende. Devid currently in the middle of the pack on 5 points after we saw him win. Vergang, who we saw in the background, getting very animated on 6 points right now in 11th position. So if it would end like this, he would not gain automatic qualification and would have to play through those knockout phases of the playoffs. 2 minutes left of regular time. Ali again just bringing a player down, and it's actually a red card in the end. Crazy red card. Usually that's just a yellow. It didn't look like a second yellow in. It looked like a direct red. So, I mean, even Marley was having a laugh at it, but Ali goes into the tactics screen just to adjust those tactics for that red card. Maybe there is something for Mark Marley to try and find a goal here, and then in the dying moments, 11 versus 10, can he do the unthinkable and come back into this one? Again, I think time is not really on his side. But I've seen crazier things happen in FC esports. There's always plenty to scream and shout about. It's also a chance for Mark Marley to have a little chat with his coach and maybe adjust a couple of things as well, but you know, the game as it's gone, I think there's been chances for Marley to have been a bit more in this one. A couple of missed and skewed opportunities. Whereas Ali has been a bit more clinical in front of goal. What does Marley have left then? 2 minutes plus added on time. A goal here from this free kick. There would still be a chance to rescue a point in this matchup. Plays it short. Out wide to Thierry Henry now. Game's finishing elsewhere. As we come to our conclusion here on Friday for the eChampions League, and with possession going in favour of Ali now. You feel like that might have been Marley's chance, just whisked away from him. Although, has won the ball back. 3 minutes added on time, and David Ginola strikes, but it's gone over the bar. There's not going to be a fairy tale story for the ending of this game, sadly, for Mark Marley. It's just going to be the 3 points for him going into Saturday's competition. He's going to be down there in the elimination zone, having to fight and scrap his way out. It is definitely going to be downright dirty at the bottom of that table as Ali tries to find another. As his story is an entirely different one. The 16-year-old will be on 6 points going into tomorrow, and he'll be up there in the automatic qualification spots, leaving everything in his own hands. If he was to win every game from here, he would automatically qualify for the round of 16 of the eChampions League. He's done the job. In the end, he just about stops Mark Marley from really finding any opportunity in those final moments by defending successfully. So final score is going to be Ali 5, Mark Marley 3. Another incredible game. It's been an amazing day on the side stream. A pleasure to have commentated it. I'm Dan Gaskin. Let's go back over to the main stream. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
6 points after the first game in which you played Karim and did suffer a defeat. How are you feeling sort of halfway through the tournament?
Definitely quite delighted, to be honest, to be going into tomorrow with 6 for 9. I think we're near there for getting into the final games on Sunday. I think maybe 8 points is what you need, so maybe one more win would be good, but I'm very happy with today.
When you actually look at the 6 games over the course, we were just talking off camera, compared to a few of the other players, you're pretty happy with your matchmaking over the 6 matches? Do you feel as though, last year you were saying it's tough, your games, this feels very, very doable to not even qualify, but maybe even a top 8?
You never know, like obviously everyone that's playing here is an amazing player, but compared to some other people's matches like Texas and even Mark's, I think I've been a little bit blessed in terms of, you know, I've not had the hardest games.
And what is that level like when you compare it? EPL, you've played at a lot of tournaments as well, online qualifiers and playing at LAN. This feels real tough this year.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if you look at EPL, me and Mark managed to get back-to-back and no one expected that. So I say the level's miles clear of EPL and I'm just really excited to see how far I can go.
Last question. We just saw Mark walk out. Obviously, he's had a tough day. Going to reconvene the pair. I know it's a solo tournament, but you qualified together. You are good mates. What's tonight looking like? A bit of recon together?
Yeah, the plan is, you know, the Scottish boys, we love to chill in the hotel, maybe get a pint, you know, just have a nice time, to be honest, because, you know, there's not many LANs these days, and we'll just enjoy ourselves and then get back to work for tomorrow.
Well, good luck for tomorrow, mate. All the best. Let's head on over to FG for the Pepsi Max post show.
I would absolutely love some Pepsi right now. This is indeed the post show presented by Pepsi. Now, we're stood here with the man who's got 9 points out of 9, our PlayStation Player of the Day, Samu. Talk me through how you're feeling. That was perfect today.
Siamo qui con il nostro giocatore del giorno, 9 punti su 9, hai giocato perfettamente oggi. Cosa ci puoi dire a proposito?
Sono molto felice di questo risultato, spero che domani vada meglio, ancora non è stato fatto niente, quindi testa a domani.
I'm very happy with the result and I hope that tomorrow it will be even better, so I have to focus on that.
Now, Samu, this is your first time here at the eChampions League. Did you expect your performance today? Going 9 points, it's fantastic.
È la tua prima volta qui alla eChampions League, ti aspettavi un risultato del genere con 9 punti su 9?
Diciamo che dopo il campionato sono molto in forma, molto confident e quindi non me l'aspettavo, però sapevo di potercela fare.
Yeah, it is my first time here, but after the national championship, I felt more confident and I feel fit, so I was hoping I could make it.
Here's just a few moments of the game we're seeing there from Samu Gaiman today. My question to Samu is last year you were like a reserve player in the E-Serie A. This year you've been the main player, and now you're playing in your first ever eChampions League. Can you quite believe the season that you're having this year?
Qui sullo schermo abbiamo alcune immagini delle tue partite. Lo scorso anno giocavi nella Serie A come riserva, invece adesso sei un protagonista. Te lo aspettavi? Cosa ci puoi dire?
Me lo aspettavo sì e no, perché comunque sapevo di essere molto bravo. Ovviamente l'anno scorso ero dietro a un giocatore molto forte, però sì, comunque me l'aspettavo e sono molto felice di quello che ho fatto fino ad ora.
I'm confident that I'm a good player. Actually, last year, yeah, I was a backup player, but for a very good player, so it made sense. But I'm very happy with the way I've been doing, and yeah, that's it.
Well, a massive thank you. You've been absolutely fantastic. We can't wait to see you tomorrow, Federica. Thank you so much for your excellent work. We'll let you guys head off to the left-hand side, our PlayStation player of the day. I've just been told we're doing a little substitution here. We're bringing in a man who is absolutely flawless.
Who's coming in?
And another man who's even just as flawless in his own way, Mr. Richard Buckley. And what a day it's been.
Yeah, unreal. The level, just echoing what I talked to Jaden about, of this competition feels higher than it's ever been before. I think we've got some of... I don't really think there's anyone missing, I'll be honest. When you look across the landscape of FC, I think everyone who is a top player is here in Manchester.
Let's take a look at the table then, shall we? After day one. I mean, Casey, I know you never make predictions. We've known that. Is now the time to start doing so? Because if you look at the top three, they're in a very
Samu's going to do great.
No, I said it even before. I actually made my first prediction. Nicholas, I said he was going to win the whole thing, and I think we saw the dominance throughout the entirety of today.
I mean, if we look across, Brandon, at the rest of the table, there's players who are in an eliminated position, but all is not lost. You're looking at the ones who've got 0 points, who've drawn and got 0 today. They need, you'd argue, 3 wins.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Fuma, 5-time French League champion. What's gone on today, I don't know. But the positive he does have, FG, is that you just need to be in the top 24 to have a chance of the knockouts. Yes, a top 8 would be a lot more easier, but right now for those players, just get in the top 24.
Do you know what I'm looking at?
Rich, you were just doing something very strange.
The 9 to 24, because there's a few matches, if results sort of stay as they are, there's a world in which we could see a Tex Anders qualifying match, Tex Banano potentially as well. Levy is in that sort of range. LJR, Danny Pitbull. For me, 9 through 24 is where the action's really, really going to hot up.
I mean, when we look at the players who are making it to the round of 16 really quickly, Case, I mean, it puts you in a good position, but you're going to be playing against a player who's got to have a game and got to win before that.
Yeah, it's tough. You're coming in there with kind of a chip on your shoulder, and we might have some matchups that we never expected. Fuma could come back tomorrow, and then he's going to end up playing a massive name on Sunday. Like, there's so many opportunities. Rich doesn't think it's going to happen, but he could. If he wins all of his games tomorrow and things go his way in other situations, he could come back. There's so many more games tomorrow.
So many more games tomorrow. If you've had fun today, we are going to do it all over again tomorrow. Brandon, I mean, we're looking at the names. We've seen them all in action today.
Wait. I mean, as Richard said, give us Tex Anders on this weekend. Give us Anders against Allian Lyon. Give us all the games, and it could all be coming tomorrow.
I just don't know where to stand. I mean, better than that. I mean, as well as all the games we've got, all the performances we've seen, we'll see it all again. We're also going to have the pleasure of having the best cast around. And listen, we'll give a special mention to the people who aren't here with us right now. Santu, that was a different level of commentary. He was very happy with how the Italians were doing, and I'm sure that will continue. We've, of course, got the hashtag house, they're returning. Shells, who made his debut as well. I couldn't forget about Gravison as well. And the pleasure of you three, if you'd be so kind, in joining us.
Ryan Pessoa.
Tomorrow, and Ryan
Dan Gaskin.
Listen, Ryan Pessoa, Dan Gaskin,
yeah.
This is why you're here.
I know. I got subbed in. Don't worry.
Nothing personal, Ryan. You're absolutely amazing as well. Listen, a massive thank you to everybody who's watched day one of the eChampions League 2025. Tomorrow, we do it all again at the same time.
Welcome to the 2025 eChampions League right here from the best city in the world.